Good morning, everyone. Sorry to break up the conversation. Welcome. I'd like to remind everyone our meetings are web streamed and televised, so please take a moment to ensure your phones are on silent. If you're tuning in virtually, keep yourself muted, use your Microsoft Teams hand raise feature and remove it after you've finished speaking. And let's get started with the Norfolk County Budget Committee meeting of October 17th, 2024. I'll call that to order. The agenda is before you. Are there any changes? Great. Mover and a seconder, please, to approve. Councillor Michele, Councillor Huffman, all in favor? Carried. Roll call. Councillor Berry is not here, but he is attending today. He'll just be a few moments behind. So we're going to get started. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, I'm going to make a declaration on 4.3, which is the OPP. It's just to be received as information anyways, so I guess I probably could participate in the conversation, but I'll declare it's going to be received as information. So my spouse is employed by the OPP, so I won't participate. Did I miss anyone? Okay. Deputations, there are 5 today. I would ask committee to accept each deputation for information afterwards, and if you wish to discuss with staff, we can provide them with direction or follow up afterwards. So with that, we'll begin with item 3.1, and we have Les Anderson from the Simcoe Bia. Les, do you have slides or anything for us? Okay. Okay, perfect. I don't know that I got one.
It's right here.
Oh, yes, I did. Whenever you're ready, Les.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor Martin, members of council and staff. I'm here to present the proposed 2025 operating budget for the Simcoe Bia. And I'll just give a brief overview. I know you just got the information this morning, but some of the highlights in the budget, we're going to continue our emphasis on beautification of the downtown core. And that includes cleaner streets, weeding, better lighting, safer streets, and a more attractive streetscape. We're going to continue to support community events in the downtown, which attracts people to our downtown core. And the levy amount that we're requesting remains the same as it was in 2024. Some of the pressures that we're faced, and I know you face them as well in your budget deliberations, is increase in operating costs. We've had to reduce some areas of our budget and reallocate funds to different areas. And we're finding more and more that there's things that the BIA would like to do that at one time may have been provided by Norfolk County, but no longer they are doing that, so we're picking up some of that. But I will say along with that, we get great cooperation from the staff in our events, and we appreciate that very much. Some of the significant changes in the budget, you're aware of the discontinuing the garbage collection for downtown Simcoe. And as of December 31st, 2024, we'll no longer be funding the operating costs for the security cameras in the downtown core. We tried to come up with a cost-sharing arrangement, and that was unsuccessful, so the board has made a decision to discontinue that cost. Since 2021, the BIA has had a contract for their marketing and digital services. And this year, the board has taken a look at the cost of that contract as opposed to hiring a part-time contract employee. And there was a fair bit of savings in the hiring of a contract employee. So as opposed to going with a contracted services, we'll be hiring a part-time employee to do that work for us. So the projected savings in those 3 items is around $16,000. And in order to maintain the levy request at the same level as last year, those savings have been reallocated to other budget lines within the 2025 budget. Again, this year we're going to request $20,000 from our reserve funds to be used towards beautification projects. In 2024, the funds that we had from the reserve funds were used to install the new street lights on Robinson Street, refurbishing of the 3 parkettes in the parking lot on Kent Street North, and doing some weed control around the light posts and planters. I provide you with a bit of our budget process and an overview and a bit of history. But I'd like to talk a bit about some other issues that we need to address, and usually these we collaborate with the county staff on some of these, but one is snow removal downtown, and we're finding more and more it's with absentee landlords and vacant storefronts that the snow removal downtown is not great at times. So right now the board is exploring ways of the BIA doing snow removal downtown on the sidewalks within our area. We're just in the exploring stage right now. We want to provide cleaner and safer streets that will bring people downtown, and these are still 2 of the main concerns that people express to us when they're downtown or when we ask them about the downtown.
Plus, just under a minute left.
And the final one is the illegal dumping or placement of garbage in the downtown core. And this is a significant problem for the BIA and their members. We continue to educate property owners and businesses about the bulky item pickup, but unfortunately, again, we have so many absentee property owners that it doesn't seem to matter, or at least we're not getting the message across. So I think that's it. That's an overview of the budget. The board passed this, the proposed budget at their meeting on September 11th, and once it's gone through this process, then it will go to our annual meeting, probably in late November.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Are there any questions for Les? Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The question, I'm looking for it in the report that you provided. It's a very good report you provided, Les. What is your amount of dollars that you have in the reserve fund?
I don't know offhand. It's probably in the 150 to 160,000.
Okay, thank you.
We tried to maintain at one time an amount in the reserves that would of 1 year's operating costs. So if something happened to the BIA or if things were changing at the county level, that we would have 1 year's operation to wind things down.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thank you, Les, for your presentation. It's wonderful to see a 0 at the end of things. Your concern over absentee landlords, would it be beneficial that when the tax bills go out, that maybe a letter could accompany that for the downtown businesses, or the owners of the businesses, a letter to indicate, there are issues with garbage and whatever's happening in that building, just a letter of announcing that something could end up happening or being assessed to their taxes if they don't seem to address the issues that are out there. Would you think that would help?
I think so. I mean, if we get that letter with your tax bill, it gets your attention a bit more. But we've even sent pictures to landlords of garbage in front of their property, and it hasn't made a big difference, but anything like that would help.
But at the end of the day, if someone has to come out and pick up that garbage in between the times it's what's regulated, and there's a price tag attached to it, I think as a landlord or a property owner there, I would sit up and take notice if I'm starting to get something reassessed to my taxes, like more money that I'd have to pay out. So I think some sort of shakeup like that might start to help some of the absentee landlords.
I agree, yeah.
Any other questions? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Through you, not necessarily a question, I just wanted to add some clarification to the comments about the security cameras and why they're not being continued. There was a conflict of interest from the OPP's perspective that they would be paying for surveillance of crimes, and it was deemed a conflict by the detachment commander. So that's why we weren't able to add any money to that, and so unfortunately it was an impact upon the BIA.
Thanks for that. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Les, thanks for being here today. Can you just, if you wouldn't mind, give me a little bit of understanding, and perhaps for the group, of the difference between beautification in the expenditures and then the beautification that is coming out of the reserve?
Sure. The beautification in the expenditures are, I would say, there are regular annual projects, our banner programs, Christmas lights, everything we do on an annual basis. The beautification projects is a bit different. These are projects that the board identifies or our members identify that are over and above our regular beautification budget. There's examples. For example, next year we're looking at new planters for downtown. And one of the comments we heard this past summer at our events is the downtown's getting to look a little tired. And some of our decorations are aging and they're wearing out. And the planters, we want to increase the number of planters we have. So those things are expensive, and we don't budget in amongst our regular beautification programs. So that's primarily what the difference is.
Thank you. Can you, I guess I asked the question because I'm just a little concerned that, annually we're looking to transfer out of the reserve without really topping it back up a great deal, right? There's $4,700, I think, that maybe went back into it. So can you give me a sense of what you anticipate future years to look like? Are you going to continue to just keep taking from the reserve for these kinds of things? It's giving me a touch of concern, if you will.
Yeah. And I understand that, and I appreciate the comment. I guess there's two sides to that. Someone would ask, why are you keeping so much money in reserves? And the other part of that is, if we didn't have that reserve to use, it would be an increase in our budget. And so we hope that in the next couple of years that we've made some headway into refurbishment and improvements downtown, that the reserve won't be relied on so much. But just to give you an example, the Christmas decorations, they can be up to $1,000 a piece. So if you've got, 26 of those downtown on Norfolk Street, it's a lot of money to.
Any other questions? I have one for you, Les. The operating costs on the security cameras. Are you able to give me the full value of that program, or at least what the contribution was through the BIA that you're not making anymore?
Actually, we got to purchase the equipment. We had 2 grants. Initially, it was a grant that the county received during COVID, and we bought the initial number of cameras. And then a couple of years later, we applied for a grant and were successful in getting funds to add additional cameras.
So what is the ongoing cost associated with that? Is it someone to review the footage? Is it maintenance of the cameras?
No, for the BIA, it's the rental of 2 dishes, Wi-Fi dishes, and they're on the tower at Quick Internet. And so there's a $400 charge a month for those 2 dishes. So it's about $5,400, I think, that.
And sorry, was that cost shared equally between you and the OPP, the BIA and the OPP?
No,
You ha-
just the BIA picked that up, yeah.
Okay, so I guess I'm a bit confused then where the conflict was with OPP and,
The OPP, it was a request of the OPP to help pay for the cost of the dishes and things like that. And I was told through the detachment commander that that was a conflict of interest because they weren't their cameras. So that's the information that I was given.
okay, thanks. That's interesting. I think they use personal, private cameras all the time in footage for things, but, so that's my question, I guess. So the $5,400, was it shared equally? Was OPP paying in full? I'm not understanding. So why is it a conflict for OPP if they're not paying for it?
Because they were asked to put in money
They
to
were
keep
asked to
the,
contribute.
yes,
So
yes.
were they asked to pay half? Were they asked to pay a quarter? What's the
What
dollar
was it?
value?
What
That's
was the dollar value last?
50%, yeah.
And so if you received 50% funding, would that program continue?
I believe so, yeah.
And just remind me, because I know we spoke about it last year at budget, there are some inconsistencies, like with the garbage pickup, those cameras weren't able to help us narrow down which business or which tenant was leaving the garbage because it was expensive to have someone review the footage. Why? What's the benefit to keeping the cameras if we're not able to review them and use them for something like,
Yeah, I guess my understanding is that unless we had clear, sufficient evidence that it was coming from a particular person in a particular building, bylaw department wasn't, we're not going to proceed with any action. And we don't, unfortunately, our cameras don't cover all of downtown, but it covers a fair bit of it. But unless we can actually prove that that person came out of that building and lives in that building, we can't proceed. But you'd have to ask the bylaw department about that.
okay, and then maybe Councillor Huffman, you can elaborate on this, or Councillor Van Andrieschi. So were the cameras helpful, of benefit to the OPP? Were they relied on heavily? Is that footage?
In all honesty, Mayor Martin, I don't have the exact specifics in terms of what the percentage was in terms of the success of the OPP reviewing the cameras.
Okay.
That, I don't believe that didn't ever, it's not in any monthly statistics or anything like that we receive.
Okay. My other question is, so you believe the reserve balance is at 150,000 to 160,000-ish?
I'll check that and let you know for sure.
Okay.
But I believe it's around 150, 160.
And is there a minimum annual contribution? Do you have a bylaw or anything that stipulates a minimum amount you're putting into the reserve?
No, the only thing in the bylaw is that we have to ask for the use of some of those reserve funds.
And further to that, any bylaw around if you remove funds that you can't remove again until you top back up, or is there?
No.
Nope, okay. All right, that's great. Councillor Van Passen?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And through you, I guess the question is, we have cameras. You're not going to pay to have them run it. So are you just shutting them off? Or are you making a request to the county to maybe work to find another solution to pay that $400 a month? I don't have an answer on that. So.
Well, it would be great if the county wanted to pick up the cost. That would be great. But we also looked across the province at what other BIAs are doing, and we found that at least the ones we've talked to, we're the only BIA providing that service. Others provide a grant program or a program to assist business owners and property owners with installing their own cameras. And the police would go to those folks and ask for the footage from their camera. And, so that seems to work well in other areas, but if the county chose to fund the rental and fees for operating costs, that would be great.
I've got Councillor Duthie, Councillor Van Andrieschi, then Brunton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Businesses downtown, when I operated businesses, the insurance would say to me they wanted surveillance camera. and I had a bit of a reduction in my insurance premium. Does that happen here? Do you have security cameras in the businesses? I would assume, and I always am careful when I assume something, that it would be almost a mandatory situation to have a camera, just for your own protection, so that nobody throws, if somebody threw a brick through my window, I could pick up on who did that. Does that happen? Do you, like, they have their own surveillance cameras out there?
Some do, yeah. I think the more established and businesses certainly have their own camera systems, but there's others that don't have anything at all.
Well, I would encourage them through their insurance, maybe they could get a reduction by having those.
It's putting out that initial amount of money to, especially when you're starting up a business, that's, that may be one of the things that doesn't get done right away, but no, I agree with you. And that's why I think other BIAs have looked at a program to ensure that those are available.
Right. I mean, most times with public service, you would give your camera footage to the OPP or the police because you're either protecting your own business or you're doing a public service. So I would hope that and encourage most businesses to have their own security system.
I would say, if I may, Madam Mayor, that the OPP officer that reviews the tape was usually coming in about every other day or maybe 3 times a week at certain times. And I know in some cases there were people coming in 24 hours a day reviewing the tape, just see the progress of some things. But so they are used on a regular basis by the OPP. And I'm sure that the staff that review the tape was a little disappointed when we made that decision.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Breton. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the deputation. Les, what I'm always curious about is with these cameras, what is the degree of success when the OPP review the cameras and there has been an incident with convictions?
Well, we don't get all the information because they can't share that with us, but we do know that when there's been break-ins or there's been assaults, that those cameras have come in very handy in processing the charges.
Yes, thank you. Just the reason I ask is sometimes, things happening on videotape, by the time it gets to court, someone says, well, the footage is a bit grainy, it's hard to see the face, those kinds of things that obviously defense counsels use in those proceedings. So I'm just curious about that. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's a wrap on questions. Thanks for coming.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much.
Councillor Van Passen, question or moving? Receive as information or something to follow? Okay, go ahead. Yep, you go ahead. We can do it all as one.
Yeah, no, I just wonder whether it warrants sending the issue about payment for the cameras back to be reviewed by our bylaw staff. Is it worthwhile to continue the service? And I'd probably look to our members from Ward 5 to see if they think it merits consideration at budget time.
Any comment? Ward 5 councillors? Councillor Breton, Councillor Duthie, go ahead.
Well, I'm not going to pick on, thank you, Mayor Martin. I'm not going to pick on the OPP, but from what Les has told us and at our meetings, they are the ones that really benefit from it. And but they've made their decision, and I think our position is why do we want to keep financing it at the BIA? Plain and simple.
Councillor
Thank you.
Duthie.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. My comment would actually be very much the same. I can say previously sitting in the BIA office for meetings, I would see officers come in there regularly at all different times of the day to review the footage and would spend several hours reviewing the footage. That said, I don't believe it's the BIA's job to fund that. I do think it should be someone else, not them. So if they leave the infrastructure in place, perhaps someone will decide down the road to change their mind. But It shouldn't be us.
Okay, thanks. I think Councillor Vanendry, she's onto something. You know, we spend a lot of money in grants for various community events, but talk about an investment in a downtown that needs revitalization. What if there was grant funding or some type of incentive to encourage people to put their own cameras up, have their own infrastructure, take this off the tax levy, whether it's OPP, BIA, Norfolk County, it's one taxpayer. So, and I do recall conversations around blurry imaging and stuff like that. I'm not, I can't recall for sure, but I don't know that it was the best footage. So, I'm happy to support some direction to staff, but I almost wonder if there's some alternative incentive program they could come up with that the municipality could support to get independent cameras on independent businesses. Might cover some more ground, provide more camera footage to the OPP. Councillor Columbus?
Madam Mayor, I was just curious to know, what was the total investment for these cameras and how many of them are in place?
I don't know that we have total investment. We know it's $5,400 a year. Do you know that number, Les, off the top of your head?
Currently, there's 26 cameras in place. They stretch from Pond Street up to Colburn Street, pretty much the BIA area. And I think the total investment right now is about $32,000. That's just in the capital equipment.
Why don't we receive the deputation as information, and then we'll see if there's alternative direction here. Councillor Huffman moves, seconded by Councillor Duthie. All in favor? And that's carried. Councillor Van Passen, do you want me to go back over to you, or someone have a different
Yeah,
suggestion?
I think it's like the normal we're just asked staff to bring back a report to see whether, like, maybe it benefits our bylaw department enough to try to track down who is throwing out garbage and all that. But, you know, that would be a report that comes back as part of the budget process in January, I'm sure. But, because I've never understood how we can get pictures of a galaxy hundreds of light years away from here, and you can't tell who's throwing the garbage on the street from a camera 20 feet away, right?
Fair point. Okay, is there a seconder for a staff report to come back on this? Councillor Duthie. Maybe a few extra specifics, like I would be interested in staff taking a look at an incentive grant programming. If we were gonna take this on for $5,400 a year, how many
Well, it'd be, if it serves absolutely no purpose to anybody, what's the point of doing anything else? And, but I'm sure that could all be included, and maybe we can go knock at the door at the OPP, and Chair Huffman can bring it up again, that whether, like, I don't understand their definition of conflict of interest, but we could at least ask, or maybe they have a different reserve fund in the Police Services Board that could fund that. Like, we're looking at, what, about $5,000 a year, right? So let's look at some other options, and if it's not worth it and it benefits no one, then no, we're not going to pay it. But if there's a return on investment one way or the other, then it's worthwhile.
It'd be helpful to see the statistics from OPP if it's a win for them or not. I'm not sure that we also want to encourage OPP officers to sit for 24 hours a day and review footage either, but Councillor Vanendry, then Huffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I only caution the fact that there's more than one downtown. So if you're looking at a project, I would support something that would be looking at a grant or a system of being able to install or to be able to maintain the cameras that they're using, but be cognizant of the fact that there are more than one downtown.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I just wanted to say that I'd be pleased to continue a discussion with the OPP and see if there's a will or a way or something like that. So that's on the table.
Councillor Breton.
We used to, Madam Mayor, if I may, we used to get the stats from the OPP. We had a regular member come to the meetings, and they would give us a lot of the stats in the downtown, but I don't know how they arrived at those stats and if it had any relation to the camera work or not, but I'm sure they would have that information, I would think. Would they not, the OPP?
It all depends. Each detachment commander. Sorry, each detachment commander does their stats. They're different. So I don't recall us ever having any information given regarding the cameras in the last little bit.
Yeah, anyways, we used to get all the stats, on a regular basis, but that, I think that's discontinued too, has it? Yes, thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes, Madam Mayor, when I served on the Police Services Board several years ago, there was a policing committee, community policing committee. We don't have that anymore? Okay, because they did have a budget for some things like this. Thank you.
Okay, the clerk's just working on a motion that I think has captured most of it, but we'll get it up on the screen to make sure everybody's on the same page. I can't remember who our seconder was, Councillor Van Passen and Councillor Duffy. It's staff be directed to bring a report to the January budget meeting regarding the cost of the cameras in the Simcoe BIA and give consideration to a grant program for private businesses. Doesn't specify which BIA, Councillor Van Andrieschie. And further that staff consult with the OPP for statistics.
Staff consultation or
you?
through the chair?
Whatever you want.
Okay, maybe through the chair.
Okay, Councillor Huffman, Chair, Police Service Board, consult.
Save staff the work.
Al?
Can I ask a question through you, Madam Mayor? Is it for staff to review the cost of the cameras or the usefulness as from an enforcement perspective? I think $5,000 for cameras is one thing, but whether if the county's paying for them and bylaw doesn't see any particular value because it doesn't assist in prosecutions, which is what I think we've been told in the past from our bylaw team, that should be in the report.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think some statistics for council to wrap our head around. But yeah, success rate, is it worth, the investment's nominal. Is it worth $5,400 for us to keep that program running? Or is it worth it for us to add a little bit more into a specific grant fund, tap into local businesses in Delhi and in Simcoe, wherever the case may be, that want to put these programs up, make an eligibility criteria, and then that becomes self-sufficient and there's no funding from the county moving on in the future, so OPP can contact those private business owners. Way which is better. Okay, the motion's on the screen. Is that okay for everyone? Go ahead, please.
Madam Chair, it does not indicate, it says grant program for private businesses in Norfolk County. Would be a little bit of an assist. Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any further hands, so I'm going to call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Councillor Van Andrieschie, I just want to circle back to you because you made a comment earlier on about a potential bylaw and notice through the tax bill. Is there any direction you want to provide to staff on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Yes, I would wonder if it could be direction to staff to see if that would be, how complex and time constraint that would be to be able to do that. Is that an idea that's something that the tax department could do? I know you issue a lot of letters and different things, but wondering if that could work out.
Through the chair, we'd have to pull out all of the information and send it. It is possible. We do already send out letters for violations when they go on the property owner's information. It is possible, but it would be an add-on and a cost as well, and a bit time-consuming.
You do send out some information when the tax bill does come out. Can that not be generic in the sense of if you own property, and especially downtown, that you can be assessed a penalty or a sum to clean up? Is there something generic you could do but make reference to downtowns so that they could get the gist of the fact if you're the property owner, you might be responsible for cleanup?
Through the chair, that's something we can look to add to the letter that we already put in. I can talk to the manager of revenue who generates that.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I don't know if it's necessary to have a motion to do that, just give direction.
If it's just going to come back to us by way of info memo, sure. If there's costs associated with it, then bring it back as something with a recommendation, I suppose.
Yeah.
Is that fine?
I just don't.
Is that okay with you, or do you want something more specific? Okay.
Is that fine? Thank you.
All right, great. I'm off my schedule here. So next is item 3.2. We have Mr. Bowen from the Haldimand Norfolk Housing Corporation.
Thank you, everybody. I think we submitted a presentation. Oh, there we go. Will I just say next on the slide deck? Perfect. Madam Mayor, members of council, staff, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Unfortunately, it's not great news. I usually like to come when we're sharing great stories, but I am here to talk about some of the financial pressures in front of HNHC in 2025, and I'll preamble that with, I think, a lot of what I'm going to talk about today are pressures that the municipalities are facing as well, so I hope there's a little bit of empathy there. Next slide, please. So just quickly, a little bit about HNHC. Most of the folks around the table know we're the principal landlord for both Haldimand and Norfolk County. We represent about $100 million in assets and over 1,000 people. We own and manage over 77% of all the rent geared to income offered in both counties and make up about 68% of all the community housing stock. If you look at the pie wheels to the right, you'll see, based on the income and household types, that we do support the most vulnerable people in the community, and we're really proud to do that. Next slide, please. And just quickly, you can see geographically, I'm presenting to Norfolk County Council today, but we do represent Haldimand County as well. And across both counties, we have 23 properties. Next slide, please. Before I get into some of the pressures, I do want to sort of talk about some of the innovations, because I think it's important to see the, where HNHC has gone over the past 5 years. But specifically, we have 4 areas of buckets on the repair and renewal file. Over the course of the next 3 years, and last year, we have a repair and renewal program that's valued over $9 million that we're investing with county support. We've worked hard to build strategic partnerships because we know we can't do this alone. So working with local anchor organizations is a priority to make sure that we're meeting any gaps in services. And on the tenant support initiative side, we're really seeing a large influx in the vulnerabilities and the complex residents that we're serving. So that's really a fundamental shift, because there's zero funding for the housing corporation to provide support services. We work with our county partners, but that is a pressure that we're starting to feel, and that we're really having to be agile and nimble to really support our tenants. And then on the new development side, we're really excited. Over the next few years, we have 3 proposed developments. We're making a lot of ground in Haldimand County. I'll be in Haldimand County Council on October 29th for the final budget presentation on that project. Councillors might have seen the demolition happening in Delhi. We're really proud of that project, and we did award that contract, so we will have Flourish, who will be providing the design and architecture support for the Delhi project. And then, of course, the regen on the Port Dover site, which will be upcoming. Next slide, please. So what are some of the pressures? And I do want to preamble this, that these are direct costs to HNHC. We're always looking at cost mitigation strategies. We're always working hard, to make sure through our continuous improvement team that we're finding efficiencies where we can. But direct drivers like insurance costs, are affecting HNHC and the social housing portfolio across the province. We work with the Housing Services Corporation, who does a good job at procuring bulk insurance programs. But, that is a continued pressure. So you can see there in 2025, we're expecting an increase there. Our utilities, this is a projected increase. This was based off the projections that Norfolk County put out for us. So, we can see another projected $30,000 there. On the employee benefit side, that's an area that, we really don't have a lot of direct control over, but, these are costs that are creeping up. We do utilize the same union that Norfolk County uses for our employees, and most of the services and benefits are pretty similar. On the wage harmonization side, I just want to preamble, this has nothing to do with my salary, but there are areas within the organization on the non-union side where there have been some impacts and pressures, and to stay competitive and ensure that we can retain and hire new people, we are working through that exercise as well. So you can see a minimal increase there. We just awarded our auditing tender to Millards for another 5 years. And there was an increase there, and I think in fairness, H&HC's business has changed dramatically. We have a lot more projects, there's a lot more legal files, we're selling and disposing of assets. So from an auditing perspective, there's a lot more files that need to be reviewed. So we're seeing an increase there as well. And then again, we have this delta, this unknown on the complex tenancy side. We know that affects us. We can't attach a quantitative dollar figure to that. But we are spending a lot of time. Property managers are working with the hospital. We're discharging tenants from hospital to community, and in areas where we didn't used to spend a lot of time and effort doing that, we are doing that. So we are shifting, how we do our business to make sure that we're supporting our residents. So overall, what we're looking at from a cost impact perspective is about $116,000 in these direct costs. And if you turn to the next slide, we'll talk about why I'm here today. But before we get to that, I do just want to show a few pictures. Had the privilege of taking Sarah out when she first started to sort of review the portfolio and look at some of the properties. We did have a catastrophic fire in Simcoe from careless smoking, and that's part of the reason why insurance premiums are going up. I do want to say it's not a big problem in Norfolk or Haldimand County. This is the first incident since my tenure at H&HC, so in 5 years this is the first catastrophic fire, but that was a complete loss, several $100,000 in damage there. And our deductible, we're a class 5 insuree, so our deductible is $25,000. So the insurance company does cover the cost, but we still have to pay that $25,000 deductible. On the right-hand side, you'll see a unit.
Sorry, Matt, just less than a minute left.
Okay, great, I'm wrapping up. On the right-hand side, you'll see a unit. That was an occupied long-term tenancy in Dunnville. That's one of our 3-bedroom family homes. And you can see, because of the complex residencies and sort of the wear and tear that's happening and abuse in some of these units, we did have a contractor, that's $45,000 to repair that unit. So when we're up here talking about $116,000 in total, we're talking about some of those pressures, but the snow removal, the janitorial, the repairs, the maintenance, these are direct costs that are inflating on us, and our regular inflationary budget just doesn't meet those cost rises. Last slide, please. So why we're here, working closely with the service manager as we do in county finance, we anticipate a generous 4% increase. But what I'm asking for today, in addition to that, is an additional 4%, which is $54,840.88. So our total ask, if we were graciously approved by council, would be $109,000. But you could see that in the previous slide, our delta is $116,000. So we are working to minimize that gap. And I do want to say Norfolk County has the privilege of considering this, but it is a cost-sharing exercise with Haldimand County. So the burden doesn't lie just on Norfolk County Council here. It's roughly a 60-40 split in accordance with the shareholder agreement. So I do want to point that out, that it isn't just a levy hit on Norfolk County, but a shared responsibility between both counties. So with that, I hope I hit 5 minutes, and I'm available for any questions that you might have.
Thanks very much, Matt. Questions through to the deputation. Councillor Breton, then Huffman.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is, looking at the damage, what happened to the tenant in there? What did you do with him or her?
Well, with that tenant specifically, there was a long-standing history of working with the county on the eviction prevention side. Without getting too far into the details of confidentiality, we were actually able to save that tenancy, and we were able to relocate that family to more suitable housing where there wasn't a large backyard and there wasn't a lot of the independent kind of procedures that need to happen to maintain a house that big. So we were able to save that housing. The tenants have moved on to another nonprofit, but they're not directly within H&HC. But again, that speaks to the level of coordination that needs to happen, that we need to work with to ensure that again, because if people leave H&HC, they're essentially homeless. We are the last resort for housing in the community, and we take that really serious. But the reality is we see, and we're seeing more and more of this, where the level of repairs, and it's not just HNHC. This is happening across all municipalities because we are taxed to do more with less. And unfortunately, that isn't the norm, but that is a real pressure that's hitting us this year.
My other question, if I may, is how, the 60-40 split, is that, how long has that been in existence? Has it been reviewed at all, or?
Well, I'll sort of give some perspective, and I think Heidi and maybe some of the more tenured staff here could speak to that. But the 60-40 split, formally was really a result of the recent shareholder agreement that was signed, I believe, in 2020 between both councils. There was a real, before I joined HNHC, there was no shareholder, formalized shareholder agreement. So that was one of the priorities, and through that, both county staff sort of worked on those numbers, but I believe it has a lot to do with the number of units. But if, Heidi, if you'd like to sort of speak a little more elegantly to that, you could.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor Brunton. At the time of dissolution at the time of the transfer of responsibility for the Housing Corporation from the province to the municipalities in 2001, there was a cost share agreement discussions and a subsequent arbitrated settlement between Haldimand County and Norfolk County to decide the funding arrangements for each of the shared services. The overarching principle is that each county, to start with, if we can identify the county to which the cost can be attributed, then that county pays the full cost for that service that is within their borders. So for the Housing Corporation, if the unit is physically located in Norfolk County, 100% of that cost is attributed to Norfolk County. If it's in Haldimand, it's Haldimand's responsibility. The costs that we cannot 100% attribute to either county, like staffing time, administration, that sort of thing, they are split based on the split of the housing stock, which historically has been about 60-40. So that cost sharing arrangement was dealt with through the arbitrated settlement related to the download of housing and the dissolution of the region. And then it was formalized, as Mr. Bowen said, in the shareholder agreement. So it's literally based on the physical location of the building.
Thank you.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Through you, thank you, Matt, for your deputation and very clear and concise. I am leading to a question, but I just want to say that, I mean, certainly empathetic to the drivers in the budget. We're experiencing the same experience here with Norfolk County in terms of snow removal things and insurance costs and staffing, et cetera. But in terms of the pictures of the one tenancy that was a negative impact there. Mm-hmm. Can you explain how you are working to be more proactive to make sure that those types of things don't happen anymore and we don't have increased costs for those?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Huffman. Through you, Madam Chair. So a few years ago, we really recognized the shift in landscape in terms of supporting vulnerable tenancies, and I think the province recognized that. You might remember the dollars that came to help support tenancies in the community or eviction prevention and homelessness. So, for us, from a tenant engagement side, we've really ramped up how we engage our residents. So this year in 2024 alone, we engaged every single community, worked with communities and partners to understand what are the pressures, what are the vulnerabilities. We conduct annual unit inspections, so every single property that HNHC owns and manages is physically inspected by our team, so we have boots on the ground. We've moved from a centralized to decentralized model because of that vast landscape. We can't sit in Simcoe and expect tenants to come to us. So we have created site offices across all of our properties where our property managers, our property management assistants, and our maintenance teams are visiting. Every day of the week, we have our maintenance person in one of the locations across 2 counties responding to maintenance requests. Our property management team is doing education with tenants around housekeeping. The county has a portal for support services, so quite often our property managers are making referrals into the county so that we can work together with the health and social services team. It's really an ongoing approach to proactive housing supports because we can't sit back any longer. We recognize the vulnerable and the complexities of the residents that we're serving. So our leadership team, everybody back in at HNHC and our board, has really responded and rallying to that proactiveness of just getting out there, calling tenants. As you know, in the annual report, we do qualitative, quantitative testing with our residents. So we reach out, we call every single resident, we do a survey, we ask them how they're doing, we ask them if they're isolating, what types of supports do they have. We work with community paramedicine programs, we work with partners in the organization to bring services to the building. And again, that's all coordinated within. That isn't something that used to happen in legacy social housing, but to shift and pivot to the need of the residents, we've had to do that internally. And we love that work, and it's a very important work as we move forward. But it does take a lot of staffing time and resources. We're funded for brick and mortar, but we're doing a lot more support services.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Vanandrishi, Michelli, then Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Again, thanks, Matt. That was a great presentation. A couple of questions, 3 actually to be precise. When you have housing, and we have a lot of single-family housing, what is the consideration of when we make shift that they're switched to apartments? Because I'm thinking with that specific, it's very. You have it's very valuable. You have a certain amount of space, and you say, how can I best serve the public with that amount of space? And going up, making apartments. Where's the transition? Are you leaning more to apartments now? Families can live in apartments. What is the answer to that?
Absolutely, that's a great question. Through you, Madam Chair, that is exactly a key component of our regeneration strategy. If we look at all of our developments, what we're doing right now is disposing of some of these assets. Yes. So the sale, might be a lot of folks recalling why were the homes vacant in Norfolk County, why were they vacant in Haldimand County? Because in our development strategy, it's about intensification. It's about eliminating these single-family homes. Not that there's not value, but I personally don't believe that the municipality is in a good position to maintain every individual roof, every individual leaky basement, driveway systems, backyards. When we can intensify and we can put multi-residential buildings on one site and coordinate services, it's definitely more economical. So that's a fundamental principle of our regeneration strategy, and we'll see that in Delhi. We've demolished 2 homes, and we're going to make way for a minimum of 16 on that site. We'll sell off, with council's blessing, another 10 units, and we'll net new 6, 8, 10 more affordable housing units. So we're always going to maintain the service level target that's in front of us, but fundamentally and concurrently, we're trying to increase the amount of housing, whether it's affordable or market rent, supportive, transitional, and that's what we're doing with the ASH program. That's what we're doing with the affordable housing, student housing rentals in the community. And you're absolutely right. There's a lot of value in intensifying existing and partnering lands with private developers to move away and just from a cost perspective.
Oh,
right?
Absolutely. I would be thinking going up, add more, it's more value. The next question is volunteer assistance. When you have tenants and there's a project to be done, say for instance, minor renovations in the kitchen or this and that, do you lean on your tenants to say, could you assist us by, if there's a gentleman home, he could tear up the whatever. Do you use your volunteer system at all with the program, or is that something that insurance would be prohibitive?
Yeah, that's a really good question through you, Madam Chair. We don't. Fundamentally, volunteerism, is a very important, cornerstone of every organization. Unfortunately, for us, we lean on that aspect more on meal services, soft support services versus construction services just for that reason, for WSIB and personal liability. We have certified vendors that go through a competitive process to get onto our contractor list, and we have a work order and PO system that we use. So we educate our tenants, and, you know, we certainly...
Understood. So if I can ask a question, what about outdoors? Do they do cleanup outdoors? Do they the yard work and when you have single-family dwellings?
Again, great question through you, Madam Chair. Not formally, we don't have a volunteer program, but there are, you know, from time to time, community barbecues. We do have community gardens, and in some of the locations where we have community gardens and community programming, residents will do yard cleanups. We just had a barbecue down in Long Point. We do some brush cleanups. A lot of our properties are in larger rural areas. So, but in terms of a weekly, monthly, annual, we don't have a real robust volunteer
So just a quick
program.
question there through that. It's
Sure.
a good segue. So the tenant themselves, are they responsible for mowing the grass?
Very good question through you, Madam Chair. Technically, yes, but the landlord ultimately is responsible. So what happens is when tenants don't cut their grass, the county sends us a notice, and then we have to cut the grass, and then we charge the tenant back. A lot of the times we don't get the money back, or then we're working with our partners at Health and Social Services to access different types of funding to do that. And that's part of the reason we're moving away from that model, especially if you look in
understand.
Delhi. These backyards are so large. Folks struggle to cut grass, maintain the bulk items. So,
And my final question is, how many people or families leave the program? Do you have a statistic on
through you,
that?
Madam Chair, we do have. I had our board meeting last night, and we actually had some data around our move-outs. I can tell you that H&HC this year, it's slowing. We only, up to date in 2024, we've had 41 move-outs. That's all of our portfolio. I can tell you that for our family properties specifically, most people don't move out.
Yeah, and can you tell me why? Is there an assessment done, and obviously there is, an assessment done in the need, so therefore if they don't meet the threshold, they've gone above the threshold of income, then they asked, you know, because we have such a waiting list. My concern is for the next guy. Do you do that?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's a really good question. I can tell you it's problematic. What happens is, yes, I wouldn't say it's an assessment. What happens on the front is somebody applies through the centralized waiting list. They get put on several years later, depending on their place in online, on list, they'll be housed. Currently, there's a gap, and we're advocating for this provincially, because what happens right now is when, excuse me, a rent geared to income qualified tenant, they are required annually to report their income to stay qualified for the program. What happens right now is when a resident no longer qualifies, we remove their subsidy, and they have to submit a notice of assessment. They have to prove their income to stay eligible. We will remove their subsidy if they don't do that, but a lot of work up front to help educate them and make sure that that doesn't happen. But when it finally does happen, essentially what happens is the tenant will go to market rent in one of our properties. So that unit will no longer be RGI, it'll be market rent. And what we're finding now is that there really isn't a consequence for residents because there's nowhere for them to live, and our market rents are so high, are so low. On a 3-bedroom house, our market rents are under $1,000. So you can have a 3-bedroom home for under $1,000. If you don't want to play by the rules of rent geared to income, you could move in a roommate, and we actually can't physically evict them for that reason. So you actually lose, we're losing service level targets when folks lose their subsidy and the units move from rent geared to income to market rent. And we have several folks, but what we've done really hard over the past few years is look at folks who are overhoused and take a proactive approach to move folks out. Because in the old days, it could be years. You could have a family, you know, that moved away and just mom was, you know, kind of left in the house occupying a 3-bedroom home. You know, we'd have to offer units. There was, you know, a prescribed timeline by the ministry that we'd have to follow. Years could go by, they could deny the offering. So there has been a little bit of tightening on that, but at the end of the day, if a resident no longer qualifies for rent geared to income housing, they become a market rent tenant, and we have no way to change that tendency.
And how often do you look at raising your rents?
Annually. That's one of the strategies through you, Madam Chair, that we've been aggressively deploying over the past 3 years. And I do want to mention on the increases of market rent increases, that is not for people on RGI. That is only for the people who are occupying the market rent units. So this year our board approved a market rent increase. And what that does is the delta between, starts to spread. Yeah, starts to spread, but it also enables us then to fund the repairs. Because as the tenancies change and more people move in to occupy the house for that lower rent, there's more wear and tear, there's more use. So at least that little extra rent, helps us fund that gap. But again, the rental increases do not affect the rent geared to income people, the people who qualify for the program, who are submitting every year, and that will never change. But to your point, that is a big pressure. It's a big pressure because people will just say, hey, we're not going to submit this anymore. I got a job. And a lot of the times it's because they physically can't move. It's not their fault. There are no other housing choices, no other options.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Matt. Matt, thanks for the presentation, very informative. Just kind of coming back to, I think, what Councillor Huffman was asking about. If you have a tenant, and you had the example of a tenant through abuse, neglect, whatever it was, a lot of damage and harm was done to a unit. In that case, I just used that example. It was $45,000. Does insurance cover that?
That's a good question. Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Madam Chair. No, the tenant insurance programs don't cover that. We make as mandatory as we can for tenants the whole tenant insurance, and there is a subsidized program through the Housing Services Corporation. But it's it's one of those things that our option is to charge the tenant back, to physically charge the tenant. I mean, that was a long-standing tenancy. That was a home with multiple children, CAS. There's a lot of challenges, in that home for many years since I started, and it took us almost 4 years to relocate that tenant into a more suitable place to live. So to your question, no, that cost is a burden, to us. So in a strategy like that, though, I'll be completely transparent. That will be one of the properties that we dispose and sell, and because the amount of money that we'd have to put into that. But what that does do is it lessens the amount of money that we'll get on the sale. Working with Haldimand County Realtors, they're telling me, Matt, $220,000 for that home. I mean, right? So there will be a level of investment that will go back into that property, but the level of, repairs that we're having to do across the board is increasing. A lot of it is tenant aware, but a lot of it is asbestos flooring from 60 years that now needs to be replaced. It needs to be remediated. The cost of asbestos remediation is up. So just overall, the general repair costs, labor and materials have grown exponentially.
Thanks, Matt.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What is the Housing Corporation's recent experience with respect to the landlord and tenant tribunal hearings?
Good question. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. It's actually getting a little bit better, but I'll tell you the relationship that the Haldimand Norfolk Housing Corporation has with the tribunal versus the private sector is a little different. We are, as a municipal housing provider, recognized as sort of that last chance housing. So we are always strapped to do more, to go further. We have a burden of demonstrating undue hardship, which usually, because our pockets are a little deeper, force us to support tenants, create mediated settlements, to have agreements in place prior to ever getting an eviction. So times are getting a little shorter, but I think we still struggle. We're over sometimes 6 months to get a hearing date for certain issues. So it's getting better, I will say that, but we still have some challenges there.
Have I missed anyone? Good. Okay, couple questions for you, Matt. The increase to employee benefits and wage harmonization. I asked this at an AGM a couple years ago, and I can't remember the statistics, but I was shocked to learn that you haven't added to your staffing complement, I don't think, ever. Can you confirm that? How big is your team, and have you added resources? Your portfolio is growing.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for that question. That's an important one. Yeah, I can say with confidence, in the last 5 years, I've never been here. We've never had an FTE ask or increase, and over the past 12 years, we have not that I'm aware of come to council and asked for an FTE. There was some funding for a support position through the province that was eliminated, that we did fund out of our operating for a while, that we weren't able to use anymore. But no, so I'm really proud of the organization, and I'm cognizant of the financial pressures on the counties, but we are getting to a point where, you know, we have accelerated so much growth. We have new projects. You know, our capital budget through council's approval has moved from 625 to over 2 million after the repair and renewal. So we've tripled, and we will triple the amount of projects that we need to do to keep our assets secure in the coming years. And yeah, thanks for raising that, Mayor Martin. We have not had any full-time equivalent increases provided to HNHC in over a decade, or longer than that. I could get you the exact term, but
No, okay, I wanted to confirm. I thought as much. Can you take a minute and speak on the student housing that has occurred? Is that up and running? Is it a success? I recently had a conversation with someone, and we were pretty heavily criticized for that. And I stand by the decision that we've made, and I know that it provides us with an opportunity. It's a bit of a means to an end. Can you comment on where we're at with that and where we're at with that?
Sure. No, thank you. I'm really happy to give you an update. So with respect to our student housing, the construction is fully underway. We awarded that work a little over a month ago. There was a lot of engineering, a lot of work. There was consultation with college and the students on that project to really make it as special as we could and as innovative and you know, as cool as it could be for the potential students moving in. Our anticipated completion date will be early December, and at that point, working with Donna and the college, we'll start to do rent ups. You know, I stand behind that project. I think it's a great project. We're a community housing provider. Our role is to bridge gaps in the community, and student housing, you know, is one of those gaps. We have a lot of students domestically, internationally that are here. I think they provide a lot of great economic opportunity to the community. You can go to Tim Hortons, you can go to local businesses, you can see these students working there, and I think, you know, that they deserve a safe, clean, affordable place to live as well. So this project will be up to 8 students. We converted 2 two-bedroom semi-stacked detached homes on Ashton, just around from the ASH program, which is having a lot of success. We've had no complaints on the ASH program. We're almost fully rented up. The program is going really well, working with Norfolk General Hospital and the Canadian Mental Health Association. So we expect that our work with Fanshawe College and the students there will be equally as seamless. But I really do believe, as a community housing provider, that we're filling a gap and meeting a need in the community, and I'm extremely proud. And I hope we'll have council representation at the ribbon cutting at sometime in December, and we can celebrate that milestone.
Okay, thanks for that update. I believe my last question for you, I'm just looking over my notes here. So you mentioned tripling the assets. So we're working on the regeneration plan. And to summarize, we're building out different sizes, different units to accommodate different family sizes. We're consolidating some of them, although they were kind of in the same communities. We're taking 2 units down, putting minimum of 16 up, and so on and so forth. So what is the projection on total number of units when the regeneration strategy is complete at a minimum? Do you know that?
I could commit to get back to you on that. I know, and I can't sort of let the cat out of the bag yet. We'll be in Haldimand County Council in a few weeks, and I'm really excited about that. We've been able to create some really great efficiencies there, some really great innovations, exceed targets. But what I can say, sort of as a principle, you know, in general, is that if we look at the Delhi project specifically, you know, the minimum mandate from this council was 16 units. 10 of those units will be rent geared to income. So the units that we sell, we're mandated to put back in. We're projecting we'll sell 10 units to raise the capital. And at a minimum, we're going to include 6 additional. So, you know, I would like You know, I don't want to put myself in a bad position here, but I'm confident just based on working with Flourish, working with our design team, working with the service manager and county finance that we'll be able to increase that 16. And we're also having conversations as part of our intensification. When we look at Dunnville, for instance, you know, we're looking at, you know, we've had conversations with Women's Services. There are no shelter units for women fleeing violence and abuse in Haldimand County. You know, we will address some of those gaps in the larger building as well. We're looking at supporting the county's childcare strategies and how can we integrate childcare into some of these facilities as well. So as we develop as a community housing provider, we're not just serving our own priorities. We're looking at the strategic priorities and the strategic documents the council's put forward for the community and looking at how we can maximize those outcomes for the community.
All right, thank you very much for coming. Very interesting update, and I just want to thank you for the work you're doing. It was really a pleasure to be at the Delhi location when the building came down, and to know that we're taking 2 and replacing it with a minimum of 16, like, it is just truly a no-brainer. So thank you for bringing forward the regeneration strategy, and I want to thank you for joining some members of council yesterday as well at a new housing development. I appreciate your ability to network with the community and always bring up HNHC and everything that we're doing with some of those new developers. So great things are on the horizon. Thanks for coming.
Great. Thank you, everybody.
Mover and a seconder to receive his information. Councillor Huffman, Councillor Columbus, all in favor? That is carried. We have on the agenda our library members who have been waiting so patiently, but how does everyone feel about a bathroom break, coffee refill? Do you want to come back in 10 minutes? Sorry. Just a 10-minute break, okay? It's 10:12, back at 10. Let's try to be back for 10:20, actually.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the planning department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between 2 adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which
All right, everybody. Welcome back. We are on item 3.3, which is Norfolk County Public Library. And I don't see Miss Kent here. I see Sue Dufresne and Lisa Marr. Come on up. Just hit the button on the right-hand side. You have 5 minutes. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors, county staff, and the community. I'm Sue Dufresne. I am the Norfolk County Public Library Board Vice Chair. And I have my other friends here, Lisa Marr, who is also on the board. I'd like to take the moment to acknowledge the absence of Julie Kent, our CEO, who sends her regrets not being able to join us. However, she did have a lot to put into this presentation and all the documents. The 2025 base budget estimate is driven by the cost of living increases in inflation. We closely monitor expenditures and actuals to determine which budget lines can be reduced and the differences moved to a budget line we know is trending to increase. This ensures we are requesting an increase that meets the current trends in expenditures and nothing more. Next slide, please. We are excited to present the highlights of the 2023 Social Return on Investment Study of the Norfolk County Public Library using the Value of Ontario Libraries Toolkit. Our current organization model was put in place at a time of emergency informed by the convergence of the pandemic and a budget reduction of 7.5 in 2021. The community highly values the library. For every municipal dollar invested, the benefits to the community is almost $7. A strong investment in the library is a strong investment for your constituents. Next slide, please. People visiting the library has increased by 22% from the year of 2022 to 2023, and we are trending to increase by over another 20% in 2024. The community engages with the library every minute. That means that someone is attending a program, a book club, using space for studying, borrowing resources, building something in the makerspace, getting help from staff, sitting for a while to read a paper or news or magazine. Next slide. Dozens of people every day use the public computers. Students are in the library after school to do a project. Parents search for resources. Someone needs to complete a government document and submit it. Agricultural workers connect with their families, and sometimes someone is just looking for a job. The community can find solace in a space, meet friends, use the computers, all without the expectation of a time limit or having to purchase something or borrow something. People can just be. Next slide. Knowing that our social value of the library to your constituents and the county is over $20 million a year, we must look at a future that is growing, is expanding, is going to be a place greater demand on the library services, resources, and support. We are asking for an increase in library staffing to build our capacity to be future fit and future ready. These positions are recommended by a consultant we hired to conduct an organizational structural review. Next slide. We invested in 3 branches for the last 2 years. We need to keep all branches in good repair. The mayor has shared on social media that the infrastructure and facilities across the county need repairs, replacement, and better care. Help us help you. With a facilities coordinator in place, we can establish a preventative maintenance plan and a schedule for upgrades and repairs before they become emergency. Currently, we are reactive, and it is far more expensive for us to react than to prevent repairs and maintenance. A fundraising coordinator is key to establishing a strong donor-based support to the library initiatives, projects, and services that the levy budget just can't. This work is crucial for donor retention and long-term support. A dedicated fundraiser brings experience in grant writing, donor relations, and strategic fundraising initiatives, which can lead to increased financial resources. Library assistants. The public library must enhance its operational capacity. Hiring 2 part-time library assistants is not just a strategic move, but a crucial step in supporting the library's mission of serving the community effectively. This strategic addition will promote a more vibrant library atmosphere, encourage greater community involvement, extend hours of operations, and meet the evolving needs of the diverse user base.
1 minute left, Sue.
Next slide. I would like to thank you, and we are honored to have this time to speak with you, and we are asking for less than 4% as we are working out our final numbers along with Ryan Fess. We are honored to have this opportunity and tell you about the amazing value of the library to your constituents and ask for you to continue investing in the library for us to help you, to help us to help you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Michelli, questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sue and Lisa, for your presentation here today. You mentioned at the outset that there is an economic benefit to the county of over $20 million. I'm wondering if you could elaborate on what you mean by that dollar figure.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Michelli. So if the library doesn't exist, then that's the $2.9 million investment each year that would actually cost our constituents $20 million. So that means there's an economic benefit and an impact of the provisions and the availability of all the services that we have that the library provides in the community.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You mentioned library assistants, two positions, and the fact that you could extend the hours of operation. Can you elaborate more on that?
Right now, through the chair to Councillor Columbus, right now the library operates with the number of library assistants, but if we were to increase it, each library has different hours. It would be easier to have all hours consistent throughout the system, and it would help with being more efficient in our library system. I don't know if you want to add to it.
Okay, and my second question is with respect to the Friends of the Library. I know Delhi has one organization like that, and I think Port Dover has. Can you comment, like, how did they raise money for certain aspects of library business over and above municipal taxes?
Through you to Councillor Columbus, yes. So there is actually 3 now, Friends of the Library. There's a new chapter in Simcoe. They are raising funds. The funds will go back into the library. I know that the Delhi chapter has been instrumental in raising funds. They have also, if I'm not mistaken, and I can be corrected by Lisa, they have added furniture into the Delhi Association. And Friends of the Library in Port Dover do also put back money into the library as well.
So basically they do extra amenities that perhaps wouldn't normally be.
Yes, and I'll ask Lisa to add.
Yeah, through the chair to you, Councillor Columbus. Yeah, for example, I don't know if you've seen the Port Dover branch, but they have a beautiful garden alongside. That was all Friends of the Library. In Delhi, if you've ever been to the Delhi branch, it's really wonderful. The back space is all FOL, and it was the children's section that got all the new furniture this year. So they do amazing work, and we're really grateful.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Driesche.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thank you for the presentation, and everyone knows that libraries are very, very important. When we look at volunteers that come to help out, high schools have to have so many volunteer hours. Do you incorporate something where students can come and assist after school? Because that would be a market you could tap into.
I'm going to
I think Julie could answer this question better, but my understanding is that the I'm sorry, through the chair to you, Councillor Benatrici, that the students can come in and do volunteer. We actually had a new teen initiative, and they were volunteering through that as well. But that's sort of what the ask is today, is around a volunteer coordinator to help facilitate those kinds of programs, to get more volunteers into our libraries and train them and help integrate them in a way that's really meaningful and can help
So you
support
do
us.
use volunteers now, and they're used?
They are, it's limited, but yes. Yeah, the teen advisory group right now is pretty instrumental in helping us develop team programming. That's sort of a new initiative, so we're still starting to see how that goes. I'm not sure how many hours they put in and all that kind of thing yet.
Okay, but it's a market you could tap.
Absolutely.
Because it assists, you're just assisting as well, and the volunteer, it would help everyone with all those programs. But great presentation. Thank you very much.
Staff unionized? None? No. Okay, Councillor Huffman, then Barry, then Columbus.
Thank you, Mayor Martin, through you to the deputation. Thank you, Sue and Lisa, for your presentation today. I must say that I have learned, being a member of the library board, so much more about libraries this past term. I've always valued the libraries, and I found that, particularly when my children were younger, and now I'm finding with my granddaughter, and she's very disturbed to know that we can't go to the library in Waterford because it's under renovation. But I just wanted to tap into that. There are actual recommendations through the powers that be that libraries must be, you must have so much square footage per resident. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so at this point, Waterford is getting some retrofitting basically because the building is not in great shape in terms of infrastructure and sustainability and things like that. But Waterford will still be on the queue to increase in size due to the growth of the community. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I think it's pertinent that we maintain that it's a duty of our community to make sure that there is proper library space for everybody. And the programs that are offered right now, to get an ROI of for every dollar, $7 is just phenomenal. And that's a great business model. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Councillor Barry.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to the deputation. I guess my question is, if this funding doesn't come your way, what will that look like for the future of the library?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Barry. Is if the increase was not there on the base levy, there would have to be staff reduction, reduce of operating hours, rotating closures, reduced programs, and reduced outreach, which we're trying to increase at this point.
Okay, thank you. You weren't on the board when I was chair last term, but I'm definitely a supporter of the libraries also, and I'm going to continue to support it. I just want to know sort of what we're looking at should we go the other way. So I appreciate the candor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Sounded like you were sure ready for Councillor Barry's question. Thank you. The question I had was, a lot of times we get statistics on patron usage. Do you have a comment on that? Is it going up or stable?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Columbus, over the past couple of years, so in 2023, we're at an increase of 22%, and this year, our numbers are going up another 20%. And if we looked on slide, there's just been an increase each year for the last, once we've opened up since the pandemic. So the annual visits are 183,870 in person, and then there's an increase of, there's a 200,966 people online, using our online services.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 20% this year, that's what our next increase is. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Port Dover Library, that is a lease with the school board that is up for renewal soon. You have any plans on what would happen there? Or you been in discussions with the school board about that?
Through you to the chair, to Councillor Van Passen, there has been discussions, and it will continue with the collaboration with the school board.
Councillor Michelli, did you have something to add?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to add to, I think, the response to Councillor Columbus's question about the usage. So, yes, just as Sue mentioned, 20% increase in patron use last year, and the goal is 20% for this coming year.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Councillor Columbus, your mic is still on. Have a hot mic moment there. I would like clarification. First of all, I want to say excellent presentation. Over the years, amazing data and information here and broken down in a really clear and concise manner. But to that end, can you please clarify the actual ask? I can see facilities coordinator, fundraising coordinator, library assistants. Are those three separate positions you're asking for? What is the dollar value of those three? What is the dollar value of each one? I apologize if I've missed that somewhere.
Through you to the chair, to the chair. There is an ask. So the ask for the fundraiser coordinator and the facilities coordinator is at $97,000 each coordinating position, and the ask of 2 part-time library technicians is at a $30,000, so a $60,000 ask for the part-time library assistants, and that is above. That's the enhanced ask.
Okay, and are you aware that Norfolk County staff are looking at facility coordinator position? Okay. And are you attributing the part-time positions to the library assistants if you don't get those to the change in hours and service level disruption? Those both one?
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
So, sorry, Chair, the question is, do the part-time library positions help keep our hours going?
If you don't get them.
Correct.
Both, one?
It could affect our ability to be flexible, especially what we were finding after the big cuts in 2021. If something happens, staff gets sick, that kind of thing, we just don't have the bodies to come and work. And for example, we were asked to keep the hours open in the summertime for the library as a cooling station, which is what the library is also designated, cooling and warming station. And we just didn't have the physical bodies, even if they were offered overtime or whenever, we didn't have enough bodies to do it. So these 2 part-time library positions would certainly help with those kinds of demands. It's such a stretched staffing situation right now because of the 5 branches.
Okay, thanks for that. Can you remind me, Councillor Van Passen?
If I could, I'm more confused now than before, but the ask is like a 4% roughly increase in the base budget plus $254,000 for new, or is that built into that ask?
The actual ask is for the new positions.
For the new positions.
Plus 4% in the base budget?
Yes.
Okay.
No, thanks. I lost my train of thought. Can you or can the library board members remind me of last year? Because I remember having the same conversation last year about needing the staffing resources to maintain service continuity. What was the request last year and what did council? I know that I should know that. I can't remember.
So my recollection, Sue, do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Yes, Chair, thank you for stretching my memory. My recollection, because I actually did the deputation on that, was I think it was around 5 positions, It was more, not just like 5 whole positions, it was topping up all the hours. I think some of the positions, they were at like 15 hours.
right. Yep.
And so what we wanted to try to do is keep it all even around 20. It would help with hiring people, like who wants to do a 15-hour job, right? But then the other one was also just trying to get those levels back up, because we were closing constantly. I don't know if you remember, that was a real
Yes.
issue for us,
Yep.
especially with COVID going through everybody
Yep.
and people getting sick. We just couldn't, we had to keep closing the branches.
And maybe it's a better question for staff. What was the commitment council made last year to those positions? Was it in full? Was it?
It was full, yeah, it was
So
full.
we did a top-up of 5 positions, and then the request this year is for another 3.
Right, plus the 2 coordinators, to Councillor Huffman's point, with all of the strategic planning we're having to do now for not just Waterford, but all the other branches. And we had like a flood in Port Rowan Library, and things like that have happened where if we just had somebody with their eye on the ball, because like I said, the staffing is very, very thin. And if we had a facilities coordinator, that could help organize all those kinds of issues. And then the volunteer coordinator, there's so many more programs we'd love to do, but we need money to do it, and we like to get sponsorships to do that, get in corporate money, and do some really innovative programming that other libraries are able to do that we would love to bring to Norfolk.
I can see the value in that fundraising. Certainly, I know Councillor Berry spent a lot of time fundraising when he was chair. I guess I want to say to you, really appreciate the work you're doing in the entire board. I know that these are volunteer positions, and there is an excellent business case, as Councillor Huffman has said. I just struggle with the same argument coming back to Budget Committee the next year, that you need the resources to keep the facilities open, when we gave the resources to keep the facilities open. So if we could wave a magic wand, it would make all the investments to improve our community, but it's just a lot of competing priorities are coming our way.
Can I just clarify, the
Please.
increase that we had in staffing was in 2022?
2022 for those 5 positions? Okay.
Correct.
Okay,
We didn't have an ask last year for additional positions.
okay. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
And can I also just add to, it would also increase, like one big part is the outreach, even the part of having library services for nursing homes or other places that we could go out and help others
Okay.
as well.
And to that end, I would say also the outreach the library staff have been doing, as I watch them out at events, has been really great. They're out at the Houghton Fair with booth space, and last year at the Norfolk County Fair, and they're participating in community events with a lot of great library resources to up the appeal for a lot of people. So I want to commend the work that staff are doing out in the community as well. It's been really good. Is there any final questions? Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. Mover and a seconder, please, to receive it as information. Councillor Huffman and Councillor Michelli, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
And last but not least, I think that's last, item 3.4. No, it's not last, second last. Kimberly Earls from SCORE. Welcome. Whenever you're ready, 5 minutes. The one on the right-hand side.
Thank you. I believe we have a presentation. Thank you. Thank you and good morning. Thanks for having me here. My name is Kimberly Earls and I'm the Executive Director of SCORE Economic Development Corporation. I'm going to try and keep up with the next slide, please, but I tend to get talking fast and forget, so I apologize if I get out of sync. So next slide, please. SCORE came together in 2010, actually as a result of the decline in the tobacco industry, but honestly, it could have been any catalyst that brought us together. The councils of the day recognized that there was great benefit in working with neighboring communities on large regional initiatives that impact us all. Next slide, please. We are 5 municipalities, so we are Brant, Oxford, Middlesex, Elgin, and of course Norfolk. And the partnership dollars go to create efficient use of taxpayer dollars, and instead of each Member municipality required to hire additional staff. You pay into, as a member, you pay into SCORE to support staff there that have long-term regional projects. Next slide, please. And appointees on our board for Norfolk County are Mayor Martin and Councillor Van Passen. Next slide, please. And the board really directs what is happening at the regional level. So as a 1 in 5 vote, Norfolk really has the opportunity to steer what is happening across the region. This is a quick slide just outlining our organizational chart and sort of the funnel of information. Next slide, please. In addition to the board members, you also have access to SCORE staff and other county staff. So at Norfolk County, we have the great fortune to work with a number of staff, John Reagan being our main point of contact. And so you have that access across the region through staff, but also through ministries. And we meet twice a month, and so it really gives that cohesive regional approach. Next slide, please. Our current 3 priorities are infrastructure supporting economic development, human capital supporting economic development, and that is workforce, education, all of those pieces, and then our sector development focused on agriculture and agri-food. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, some of our current projects. Currently, we've been really focusing on our infrastructure and human capital portfolio, and that has, over the last several years, taken the form of supporting intercommunity transit. And for Norfolk, that's Ride Norfolk. What SCORE's role is in that is coordinating cross-municipal transit opportunities, working on advocacy, and leveraging other granting opportunities. Next slide, please. Right now, across the SCT, Southwest Community Transit Region, which is the branded name for all of the inter-community transit collaboration, we launched SCT at the beginning of the pandemic, so the ridership numbers were not great. But over the last 2 years, we're seeing increased ridership with routes ranging from a 41% increase to a almost 1,300% increase. And as of June of this year, we were just shy of 65,000 riders. Next slide, please. This is a little impact assessment. So we did a survey and we asked people why were they taking the bus. And of those folks that answered, we had 36,000 riders that indicated they took the bus for work. So we did a quick analysis, assuming that they only took the bus for 6 months of the year and they were only paid, or they were paid a $20 an hour wage. That economic impact would be $748,800,000 to the region. So it is not insignificant to invest in our business communities through transit. Next slide, please. One of the leverage pieces that we have undertaken specifically in Norfolk is we've had the opportunity to work with the library, Ride Norfolk, to support our seniors in accessing transit as well. And so that's something that's been specific to Norfolk and again speaks to sort of the collaborative nature and partnership opportunities. One of the other projects that we have been working on is the revitalization of short-line rail across the region, and we started with Cayuga subdivision that actually runs from east of St. Thomas into Cortland, and that infrastructure, there is a shortage of industrial land across the province, and this area is really being identified by site selectors and investors because we have those built-in infrastructure pieces like rail. Rail in particular typically supports manufacturing sector and agricultural sector. Next slide, please. I won't go a lot into the energy, but we also look at regional energy opportunities. Next slide, please. Support some housing development tools through partnerships. Next slide, please. and we do a lot of advocacy. So we've had the opportunity to speak with various ministers, both at AMO and Roma, but also throughout the year. And recently I had the opportunity to attend with our chair, Mayor Martin, to an event at Queen's Park to speak to the need for increased development timeframes so that when we get investors to the region, they're not sort of driven away by increased timeframes that are maybe based on outdated regulations. Next slide,
30
please.
seconds or so, unless a council member wants to ask you a
Next
question.
slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Sorry, I'm going to spend all my time saying next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, I just wanted to go into a quick dollar figure. So for the 30,000 membership, we have invested or attracted investment at 186,000. The other investments that we have supported close to $1,976,000. That might be on the next slide. And over the past few years, through that $30,000 investment across the region, next slide please, we have attracted $272,963,954. And if you include the Sand Plains Community Development Fund, which sparked such things as our wineries and our lavender associations and a number of wonderful things, that's closer to $275 million. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. I know we're one of the shortest timelines across all of our municipal partners, so good job squeezing that all in. Questions for Ms. Earls? Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Kim. And with respect to, you mentioned agriculture and agri-food is one of your prime focuses. Any movement with respect to large processing operations coming to the sector where we're located?
Thank you. Through the chair to
I
Councillor.
know there's one in Tillsonburg started up recently. I just wondered if you were involved with that and any others that you've been involved with.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Columbus. We are involved in that on a regional basis. Typically when people are looking to invest in the region, they'll reach out to us to say, you know, what's our package that we can put together to let them know of all the great infrastructure pieces like the rail, like our workforce, for instance, things like Fanshawe Agribusiness Management Program, and so we are able to participate that way. I can't speak to any direct investments just for confidentiality reasons, but certainly this area is seeing a lot of attention because of our decreased costs comparatively to the GTHA, and we do have that great built-in infrastructure and that cohesiveness. So.
And secondly, Madam Mayor, how closely do you work with our Economic Development Department?
I work with them very closely. I've received 2 emails from John while I was waiting. So we have a great relationship, and he is definitely in attendance at our meetings. When we have our meetings, I also have the opportunity to work with Mr. Sloan and Blair Sylvester, and so I would say that we have really good partnership, collaborative relationships.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Since Councillor Columbus brought it up, can you touch a little bit on the relationship with Conestoga in Brent and I think McMaster or Mohawk is involved, that they got some specific agricultural courses going on there as well?
Yes, so, pardon me, I'm losing my voice. We were able to work with both Fanshawe College and Conestoga College several years ago, developing programming specific to the needs of this region. So at Fanshawe College, it's the Agribusiness Management Institute, and I continue to sit on that program advisory committee as an economic development representative for the region. And in Conestoga College, it's the Agricultural Equipment Operator Program, and we also stay connected with them. And again, those programs are largely fed through economic development efforts as well as our local business community needs. And so we work closely with post-secondary institutions and our workforce planning boards, which do an amazing job as well.
That ag equipment, I found out last couple of years that the equipment that shows up my farm, I can't even run it anymore. It's like playing video games, and I'm still old school and hold on to the steering wheel, right?
Any other questions? Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Kim, for that presentation. Very informative. I always kind of wonder, we've got the 5 members of SCORE, the 5 municipalities. Can you describe what the impact would be if one of them were to not renew their membership?
Sure, through the chair to Councillor Micheli. Great question. That has actually happened in the past before. We've had one member decline to participate for, I think it was 3, maybe 4 years. And what that changed for the corporation, we had a little tighter focus on our geography and what we focused on. And honestly, the biggest impact was it made my job a little more challenging in leveraging dollars to support projects for the remaining 4. But we continued on, and honestly, some of our things that we're seeing the results of today, such as transit, such as the rail, really started back when we were only 4 counties. So it's an adjustment for sure, and it's something that we work very hard to hopefully demonstrate our value for the relatively modest membership fee of $30,000 per year. But it does have an impact, but it's not a I don't want to use the word a fatal impact, but we just regroup, refocus, and move on.
And Kim, I'm just guessing that probably it will depend on what the nature of the project is. You know, as an example, maybe the transit could be affected more, because if, you know, as an example, if one of the connecting municipalities is in the center and that's where the transit is aimed through, it might have a bigger impact, whereas other topics may have less impact. Do you agree?
Through the chair to Councillor Micheli, yeah, depending on the project, it will have different impacts. The other thing that happens through the process of the SCORE membership as laid out is municipalities have, so you give maybe your 1-year notice, then you're still in for that full year. You still pay your membership fees, and then you have the opportunity to come back in. And so oftentimes if we have a project funding proposal in the queue with various other funders, provincially or federally, if we are successful in those, that sometimes sways membership decisions as well.
Thanks, Kim.
Councillor Van Andrieschie, then Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Kim, for the presentation. Great job. I'm wondering, we're looking at, when we talk about transit and the ride, especially the ride program, where we've got some not so good news that there's some chance that the funding isn't going to be there. Are you actively lobbying to maybe make sure that we do get that funding?
Great question. Thank you so much for that. Through the chair to Councillor Van Andrieschie, we have been actively, I would say, SCORE board, and you all as council members were the biggest catalyst in getting that funding in the first place for the entire province. And we have been working very closely with MTO staff and at the ministerial level. As you mentioned, the pilot program funding ends March 2025. We did receive, I think it was late last week, Thursday, Friday, notification of Ontario Transit Infrastructure funding, which they specifically mention they're looking for collaborative projects, and so we'll be applying to that on behalf of members, and other members may be applying as well. And yeah, I actually had a meeting last week with Minister of Transportation staff on just getting some advice and guidelines into our application for that potential program.
If I may, one more question. How about other things such as lack of doctors? Are you actively lobbying that? I just happened that I was speaking to a manager in one of the medical facilities and indicated that they could have more clinics if doctors weren't penalized for letting their clients go. You know what I mean? If the government didn't penalize the doctors, and maybe a lobbying effort to say, look, free up those doctors so that they don't get penalized, and maybe they can help 1 day a week, or, stretch what we've got. Do you do that as well? Or
So-
can I bring that to you for you to do?
So through the chair to Councillor Van den Drie, that is the role of the board, and you as council, we have not taken that on to date, but certainly, as you had mentioned, any initiative where that sort of, I want to call it a right size regionality, that is, we are happy to pursue that at the direction of the board. Yep.
Councillor Barry.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to the deputation there. Nice to see you again there, Kim. So SCORE's been around, as you mentioned, for a bit now, and things have changed quite a bit from the initial reason, let's say, it was formed, as you also mentioned. And so the transition's been actually, when you look back, it's quite impressive to go from tobacco transition now to transit. And so, especially, in light of our own economic development in Norfolk County maybe didn't move at all for several years, and you've been sort of moving from point to point on trying to stay current and keep things going. So I guess I have two questions. Sort of one is, what is sort of, how are you able to do that, I guess, in sort of the abstract? Like, how is it that you're able to keep ahead of things and transition so quickly? But also then, do you have an anticipation of where the next focus might be once we maybe have transit? Because part of the question is always value. So if we know where we think the trends are going, or where SCORE might be useful in the next year, 5 years, 10 years, that would be very helpful, I think, to know that where our advantages are going to be.
Through the chair to you, Councillor, very good questions. How have we kept ahead? Honestly, that's been through, I guess, our relationship with council. So what you hear from your residents, what we hear at as economic development professionals, looking at trends, I would say we've been very fortunate in that we've had really engaged council members, whether they were appointed through the board or not. We've developed some good relationships, so I would say that's been one of our strengths, to be able to be very responsive to what was happening. As to what is maybe going to be focusing on in the future, I would say that will probably be issues arising from and taking advantage of opportunities from growth. In preparing for this delegation, I was looking back at some of my past delegations, and one of the things that we had talked about in 2011, 2012 was our stagnant and maybe potentially declining population, and we were looking to the province to help us support secondary migration to help us support that, and now here we are in a growth phase, and so I would say probably future projects will be related to growth and supply chain development opportunities.
Okay, thanks. And I have one follow-up then, 'cause you actually led right into my follow-up, which is going to be, what are the challenges that Norfolk specifically has, just from what you're hearing around the campfires, as far as what challenges do we have attracting businesses or attracting investment, and what are things that we should be looking ahead to plan for, so that we don't miss opportunities?
Sure, I think some challenges are like many of our communities' challenges, in that although honestly we are in a good place comparatively to the rest of the province in this region, but some of the challenges are just land, and what that land inventory looks like in its service readiness state. So, are we ready if we did get a big investment right away, and what would that look like? I would say Norfolk County staff does a great job in kind of identifying and preparing for those things. When I look at the future, I really feel like the opportunities for Norfolk and across the region are supporting the businesses that are also here. So I'm just going to say Titan Trailers because that is what's jumping to mind, but it could be any business that would, maybe they can modify some of their processes to expand and provide, as I've heard Councillor Van Passen say a few times, widget A to go into whatever process, other larger investors have. And so typically those supply chain supports, it offers us an opportunity to support our current businesses and let them expand, and also to attract maybe businesses that are higher value jobs that maybe take up a smaller footprint. I feel like that was a long-winded answer, but.
No, that's perfect, Madam. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen, then Columbus.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to follow up a little bit on Councillor Van Andriesch's question about the doctors. It's quite often that comes up when SCORE gets you the meeting with the minister and you're making your pitch for economic development. And part of economic development is you can't bring in a factory unless there's people. You can't bring in the people unless there is infrastructure in place. There needs to be schools, there needs to be doctors. So even though it's not one specific pillar of SCORE's lobbying efforts, but it's brought up just about every discussion on all the bits and pieces you need in order to get the economic development that you're looking for. So we will emphasize it a bit more in the future, but I said it's been brought up quite a few times that that's all part of the puzzle, right?
So you're telling me we don't have to bring in new doctors before we can grow? We don't have to build a whole new hospital before we grow?
No, that's all part of it, right? That when we can't get the business till we get the people to work in that business, and you can't get those people until you have hospitals, schools, and infrastructure in place, right? And it's all part of the pitch to the minister.
Excellent point. Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With respect to Kim's answer to Councillor Van Andriesch's question about doctor availability, just wonder if you had, what did I have noted here? Any thoughts on being involved with our doctor recruitment process that we're putting forward? I don't know where the whole process is at. Perhaps Heidi knows, but it might be a great benefit for your organization to be part of that process.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Columbus, I would be happy to be involved in any level that the board directs me and that you feel is appropriate. I will say informally, I think I do a good job at trying to think of those things. I have well-established relationships with the federal and provincial government and different agencies and associations, and I do try and informally pass along information whenever it comes my way, but I don't see any reason why we couldn't be involved in a more, focused way. Yeah, thank you.
And just for council's information, I know that Mr. Regan is on that group, and it is something Councillor Van Passen and I could bring up with the scoreboard for sure and see if they're interested in having it as a priority. I could be wrong, but my first thought that comes to mind is Kim has a job to advocate regionally, and I would hate to attract someone and send it somewhere else. I'd like to maybe keep that more Norfolk-centric. Councillor Van Andriesch.
If I may, I want to clarify something. I'm not, and I know you do, go out and advocate for more doctors. It is specific to the fact that doctors get penalized if you go to a walk-in clinic. If the ministry, provincial ministry, would say, we're not going to penalize you if your client goes to a walk-in clinic, what happens there is sometimes if you're ill or you have a sick child, you don't have the ability to get to your doctor, or they're not taking you that day. But if you alleviate that problem, what happens is not every doctor works 5 days a week or whatever, and more would be willing to serve, and they could open their hours longer so that there can be an extra service there. It's the idea that doctors are just, I think, tired of being penalized. And I think that's an important point to get to the ministry and say, look, these doctors are not happy. Let's do something in turn to make them happier by saying, if we eliminate that penalty that you get, then that would help them, in turn would help the clinics, would in turn help the availability of being able to service more of the population.
I think this might be a good conversation for Councillor Board of Health to send off as a priority, because it's not currently a SCORE priority. So, you want to comment? Go ahead, Kim.
If I may, through the chair to council, I do feel like that scenario, both to the mayor's point and to your point, does lend itself to a regional advocacy, almost like SCT, whereas each county retains its own specific physician recruitment, but at a regional level, we could maybe do some coordination and work on developing some maybe higher impact advocacy efforts. So just a thought.
Are there any other questions, or can I ask a couple? Okay. Kim, can you speak to some of the successful projects that have come as a direct correlation to SCORE, specifically in Norfolk? Are there a couple you can mention?
There are. Thank you, Mayor Martin. So some of the things that, and I'm going to go back a little ways, but keep in mind that these initiatives are evolving, like we all are as communities and organizations. So we would not have probably in Norfolk, and I would say Norfolk probably has the largest concentration of this, but of wineries and wine growers in the area if it was not for SCORE. And again, some of you I know sat around that initial table. Same with Lavender Association. Some of the other things that we've been involved in is the Food Hub, which was maybe in 2015, 2016, we supported smaller and mid-sized producers collaborating their products so that they could get into larger, more predictable institution buying like Walmart, Zehrs, those type of big things. And that was the intent of that project, was to act as a catalyst for those folks to then go on and keep those partnerships themselves. The other one that I think flies under the radar a lot is from the Sand Plains Community Development Fund, which was sort of the initial $15 million that was designated to the region. The banker for that money, for the distribution of those dollars, was done through our local community futures organizations. And here in Norfolk, that's now called Venture Norfolk. Those organizations, the granting money was lent out in non-repayable and patient payback loans. And the money that came back in patient payback loans still sits with those community futures offices, and they're able to continue to support businesses throughout the region. So across the country, CF has a federal program. I believe there's like 356 offices, but Norfolk and the region in general have a bit of an advantage above their non-Sand Plains members because they have those dollars to reinvest in the community. So those are a couple off the top of my head.
Thanks for that. And can you speak to our successful advocacy on Leave to Construct? And I know you can't get into the specific details on missed opportunities, but can you elaborate with council about your knowledge on a couple places that didn't invest within the region?
Sure. So Leave to Construct is really looking at the infrastructure piece that became a barrier to investment in this region. So if a company is coming to invest in your region, looking at your region as a short list of site selections, and you didn't have investment ready land, and they had to put pipes in the ground for natural gas, one of the deterrents that actually drove away some investments was a process called Leave to Construct. And so what would happen is if your building, if your infrastructure cost more than $2 million, which is almost laughable in this day and age, but if it costs more than $2 million, you would then be funneled into another process which would take anywhere from 18 months to 2 years. And so investors just would not wait that long. And so we, the board did a lot of advocacy on not changing the parameters, still being responsible, still having those checks and balances in place, but at least update the threshold in which it goes into that new regulatory phase. And so we were successful in that, and that is one of the opportunities that I had to join Mayor Martin, who is our chair, at Queen's Park to speak to that, and we were successful in getting that threshold raised to $10 million, which is much more in line with today's building costs than than 2 million.
In other provinces in Canada, and certainly
Yeah.
industry choosing to not invest in the region and going to the States and.
Sorry, did you want me to speak to that? So I know specifically of 4 instances that there were 3 were large scale. 1 was a smaller scale but large value industry that was looking at coming to this region, and some of them went to other provinces. 1 went to another spot within the province, but we lost some to the U.S. Because of that regulatory barrier. And so having that removed has, I think, will make it much more palatable for investors to come to this region.
Okay, thanks for that. My last 2 questions. Can you speak to the online database that you have been working on and giving consideration to for lands, and what that means and why it's important for our smaller municipalities, because how it differs from the provincial one? Can you share about that, please?
Sure. So we've been working through our Resource Advisory Committee, which is our staff, and here in Norfolk County, that's John Regan. And we have collectively been looking at putting together a supply chain project for funding through FedDev. So we've requested province through the federal, or funding through the federal government. And really what that project is to support supply chain development. And there's a few components, but one is a regional land strategy. So identifying all lands across the region that are available municipally, that are municipally owned, that are maybe privately held, and looking at the timelines for investment readiness. Like, could this be ready in 1 year? Could it be ready in 5 years? Could it be ready in 20 years? And having that in a standardized system across all of the counties. So let's say if a investor was looking at Oxford County, and for some reason it didn't work out, potentially that investment could still come to Norfolk, or vice versa, so that it would be, again, it's kind of that bird's eye view of economic development and supply chain.
Okay, my last question, it was on your slide, but you had to fly through it really quickly. Can you speak, because I was quite shocked to learn this, or maybe we can put the slide back up. Can you speak to the value of the membership costs and how that's considered and broken down?
Sure. So each member pays $30,000. Last year was the first year since 2010 that amount increased from $25,000. And that value, I'm going to try and remember. I think I've written myself some notes.
We can get the slide put back up if.
Can
we get? Okay.
I think just.
It's towards the end, Lakin.
Yeah, I think it's maybe the second to last slide. So sorry.
There's Lakin's dog, everyone.
I apologize for the 81 slides. I'm always afraid to miss something, but then you have to go through a million slides to get to where you want to. Yeah, so maybe that, yeah, there. So what you get for $30,000, in addition to the investment that we attract to the region, so in the prior slides you saw that we attracted directly $186,000, and then sort of indirectly, so supporting other organizations, whether that's you at the county level or workforce planning boards or whatever, those dollars were invested at or attracted at around just shy of $1 million. And then there's things that I sort of categorize as board dollar attractions of all the work they do, which is about $272 million, and if you include the sand planes, just shy of $251 million. But what you get on a day-to-day for $30,000 is my staff time, so as a senior staff person, which would potentially be around $130,000 if you paid for that at the county level. 2 part-time staff, which I roughly valued at around $60,000 each, and then access to all the other expertise through the board members, which I valued as invaluable, because that collaboration piece is invaluable. So for that $30,000, just straight up value for staff membership is about $980,000.
And to clarify, that's not your salary.
No, that is not my salary.
Yeah, same with our salary, not invaluable. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you very much. Really good presentation, and I really appreciate the in-depth information on value for membership and partnership and you know, projects we're working on and some of the successes we've had over the last year. I liked this update. So thanks for coming. Mover and a seconder to receive the deputation as information. Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All in favor? That is carried. One more deputation today, and that is Kaylee Keegan, and she is virtual. You can start whenever you're ready. Do we have slides, or are we sharing the screen with you?
You do have slides, and I believe that you're presenting them for me.
Okay.
Thank
All right.
you.
You've got 5 minutes. I can let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Sounds good. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present GRCA's draft 2025 budget for you today. You can go to the next slide. The Grand River watershed is the largest in southern Ontario. The Grand River and its tributaries lie at the heart of one of the richest, fastest growing regions in our province. We know that the future prosperity of the watershed and its municipalities and communities is linked to the health of the river, its tributaries, and the natural environment. Next slide, please. The Grand River Conservation Authority operates a range of programs in engineering, planning, land management, recreation, and education. Our strategic mandate is to develop and implement watershed-based programs that protect people and property from flooding and erosion, improve the health of the watershed, connect people to the environment, and manage our land holdings responsibly and sustainably. Our programs balance human, environmental, and economic needs so that we can deliver on our vision of a healthy watershed now and for future generations. We build relationships and trust with our watershed partners to achieve our common goals. Next slide, please. Okay. I'm going to highlight the 2025 budget challenges. So similar to some of the other presentations, economic environment, including inflation, supply chain issues, and labor force shortages are all factors. Projecting conservation area operating revenue, projecting is challenging. It can be impacted by consumer demand and weather conditions. Our outdoor environmental education program is in a transition, and the pace of change is difficult to predict at this time. Next slide, please. We are facing challenges with aging infrastructure in our conservation areas and nature center facilities, with increased demands on managing passive lands, for example, land use decisions, hazard tree management, trespassing, and also infrastructure. We're also trying to keep pace with digital innovation and technological advancements. And next slide, please. So we're sharing information that's going to be provided to our board this is high-level information that was provided to our board in September, namely high-level assumptions. Our first draft of the budget goes to our board at the end of October. So just so you have awareness, there are no real detailed budget figures here being presented today, just high-level assumptions that I'll walk through. So preliminary major assumptions in our operating budget assumes compensation and benefits at a 3% increase just due to rate increases, grid movements, and benefits. An insurance expense, we are assuming 2024 actual expenses plus a 5% increase, as we've seen those increase over the years. Administrative computer charge increase, operating expense increasing range from 0 to 3%, and property rental income increasing 2%. Investment income is also anticipated to be increasing as well due to favorable interest rates. Next slide, please. Some more budget assumptions in our conservation areas. We are increasing our revenue projection, just considering prior year actuals. Our forecast for 2024 is currently at 12.3 million, and we're increasing expenses just similarly with prior year actuals and other cost pressures, as well as with increased visitor volume comes increased expenditures. Next slide, please. So the resource planning program, we are seeing a reduction in revenue as compared to 2024. So we're taking that into account which is offset with an expense reduction as well due to some staff savings and a vacancy provision. Our outdoor education program, we're assuming status quo operations. Our school contracts have been renewed to deliver that program, and we're funding our deficit with a transition reserve, which is an estimated deficit of $350,000. We are conducting a restructuring exercise. It's in progress given significant infrastructure costs and the loss of municipal levy funding, as environmental education is now considered a Category 3 program.
Kaylee, 30 seconds left.
Okay, next slide. I'm almost done. Some historical percentages. Sorry, I skipped that slide. Okay, we can go to the next slide, and I'll just talk to you a little bit about compensation and benefits are under a market review. So preliminarily, we're looking at a 2.5% increase. This increase will be contingent on our board discussion at our October 25th meeting, and historical percentages are presented to you there. And then next slide, please. And then here's a timetable of how our budget is presented and approved. And a notice goes out to all of our council and participating municipalities. So I think that wraps up my presentation on time. Thank you, Madam Chair and Council, for having me today to review and present our 2025 preliminary budget information.
Thanks very much. Questions from council? Councillor Breton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question, I guess, I'm trying to compare, I guess, to our Conservation Authority here, but I know our levy amount, if we can use that, is rather small compared to Long Point's. My question is, how many employees do you have, and how many municipalities are involved in the Grand River?
Our employee count is variable depending on the time of year. We are impacted by seasonality, so our conservation areas have a lot of students and part-time employees during the summer months, so I can't quote a number for you today. And sorry, what was your second question?
Full-time employees, I guess, is the question. And how many municipal corporations are within the Grand River watershed? How many?
How many participating municipalities? I think there's 38, if I'm not mistaken.
Kaylee, I could, through you, Madam Chair, I could jump in to assist Kaylee a bit there.
Thank you.
My name is Sonia Radoja. I am the outgoing finance manager. I'll be retiring soon, and Kaylee will be taking over. There is about, like I said, about the employees, just to confirm a little bit more, about 150 regular employees, and then there are, as Kelly said, a couple hundred students that come in. We have 26 member municipalities, but I can't quote, there's like other municipalities incorporated in there that aren't on our board, and I don't recall that figure for you.
That's 38, I believe.
That is the 38
municipalities in our watershed, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just jumping for 1 second, Councillor Breton. Norfolk County doesn't have a sitting board member. We give our seat up. Is that to a Haldimand representative?
You have Rob Shurton as a representative, as well as,
Dan Lawrence.
Dan Lawrence, thank you, Sonia.
Okay, so we give, Norfolk County gives up our seat to a Haldimand County rep. We still pay our percentage that we're impacted on the budget. Go ahead, Councillor Breton.
No, I was just wondering on the 28 or 26 municipalities, do you have specific areas where you actually bill individual municipalities, for example, for dams, structures, those types of things, that they pay specifically for, or are they continually all across the board?
Through you, Madam Chair, we do not have specific agreements with specific municipalities. It's all through our membership apportionment process.
Interesting. Thank you.
Any other questions? My question is, it might be too early to tell, but you've got a projected administrative computer charge of 10%. What is that?
That's effectively the cost of our IT department and the infrastructure that's used by all staff. So we have an internal charge out rate, and that is increasing just due to increasing use of technology and increased demand for IT upgrades and support.
Okay, and then you also have noted increased revenue, 12.3 million, but increasing expenses. You have a decrease in revenue, but then also decrease in expenses on a staff vacancy and another position. Do you have your numbers yet on where that all lands?
We do not, unfortunately. It's uncertain at this time, and it's driven by demand.
And the other thing was the increase in investment. Okay, I'll be interested in seeing that broken down when you get your budget documents. Councillor Brunton.
If I may, Mayor Martin, I want to get this clear. And let me, the Grand, when you, like, there are various dams throughout that watershed. And I'm trying to get clarity, like, if you have, let's say up, well, there's small dams right through Brantford. When you work on those, do they not specifically get billed to the city, or do they go right across your board? Like, all members pay for that? You follow
Kaylee,
what I'm
maybe I could tackle that one.
Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair. We do have, it said, the major flood control structures, and those dams, we also get funding from the province somewhat, although it's not equal as it is in terms of what they should be paying. And the small dams, yes, we maintain. If there were to be a significant capital expenditure required towards the small dam, it would be at that point where we could begin discussions with the municipality on how to tackle that. It hasn't arisen of late, and so yes, just the operating costs are apportioned, part of the overall apportionment funding that we get from municipalities.
So there's no, what you're saying, Ari, you're not aware of any special levy to a specific municipality, like say if they get WECI funding for a dam up in Elora area, for example. You're saying there is no special levy to a township or village or whatever they are up there in your area, in that whole watershed?
That's a good example, because for Elora, when there was some work done, there was actually some special levy that we did receive. So they would be discussed on a one-off basis based on circumstances, et cetera, et cetera. So.
Thank you.
Okay, mover and a seconder to receive the deputation as information. Councillor Huffman, Councillor Columbus, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much for coming and joining us. We look forward to a bit more information.
Thank you. Thank you.
Council decision. It's 11:37. We will be breaking for lunch. We have a staff report and then multiple discussion items before us. Does anyone need a quick break right now? Keep going through until lunch. That's a wrap on our deputation, so we can take a bathroom coffee break if you need it, or all right. Let's just do 10 minutes again. Come back for 11:45-ish. Start with staff reports. Thanks.
The individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, The county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
Welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000-pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations welcoming about 27,000 customers every year and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks,
Welcome back, everybody. Let's continue. We're going to move along with the first item is discussion item 4.1, and that is report CS 24-134. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Van Dyke for proposed 2025 user fee and service charges.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to members of committee, Mr. Ryan Fess, Senior Financial Analyst, is here to present this report.
Thank you, Heidi. Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm here to introduce staff report CS 24-134, which includes a listing of the proposed 2025 user fees and service charges for council's approval. This annual user fee update is a collaborative process that requires input from most county departments, and the approved rates will be used to provide the basis for revenue projections included in the proposed 2025 levy-supported operating budget, which is scheduled to be presented to the Budget Committee on January 15th and 16th, 2025. As a reminder, this report only addresses fees and service charges related to the tax-supported operations and not water and wastewater operations, which will be presented with the rate-supported operating budget on October 31st. Per the established user fee policy FS 26 attached to this report, an inflationary adjustment is generally applied to all fees in an effort to keep fees at full cost recovery or approved subsidization rate as underlying costs increase. These inflationary adjustments result in smaller incremental increases over a number of years as opposed to increasing fees suddenly, which is considered a good municipal practice. Based on a review of relevant factors, which include consumer price index data as well as preliminary budget drivers, staff and management have recommended an inflationary increase of 3.5% to be applied to all fees unless otherwise specified. As in prior years, attachment 1 tables 1 and 2 contain proposed exceptions to the uniform rate increase based on the explanations provided. In summary, most of these exceptions are driven by legislation for areas like FOI, POA, and perpetual care fees regulated by the Cemeteries Act, as well as rates and increases previously approved by council like paid parking permit rates, as well as planning fees per the comprehensive review completed in April 2023, which included recommendations to phase in certain fees to full cost recovery between 2024 and 2027. Attachment 1, Table 3 contains a listing of new proposed user fees for 2025. During the October 26th, 2023 Budget Committee meeting where staff presented the proposed 2024 user fee update, Council directed staff to report back with options for varying fees for minor variances. As outlined within the report in more detail, Planning and Development staff completed a review of minor variance fees as well as site plan fees and the pre-consultation process, which included a comparative study of both neighboring and other municipalities. Consistent with this research, staff are recommending the addition of a routine minor variance category at an introductory rate of $700, which applies to items like pools, decks, sheds, accessory buildings, porches, eave projections, accessory structures, and ADUs, which generally require less processing time and have limited impact on surrounding properties. Additionally, staff are recommending a complex minor variance category at a rate of $3,443 for applications submitted after the fact of construction with or without a permit. All other types of minor variances should be considered standard minor variances and are subject to the same fee progression as the current minor variance fee, which is recommended at $2,916 in 2025. Similarly, staff recommend that the minor site plan application or site plan amendment fee be reduced to $4,000 from the 2024 rate of $6,117 to reflect the lesser processing time, lower technical requirements generally, and to align better with neighboring municipalities. A new site plan waiver fee of $500 is also being recommended to recognize the additional work required by staff to review the ad hoc change requests under time constraints and to discourage multiple waivers for large developments within a short time frame. Lastly, staff are recommending to revert to the previous pre-consultation reimbursement process to encourage pre-consultation prior to submission. The pre-consultation fee is still recommended at $500. Other proposed new fees include separate prime and non-prime rates for summer ice based on user feedback and a comparison with other municipalities. Prime summer ice is being recommended at $223 in 2025 based on the current summer ice rate, and the non-prime rate at $200, which represents a 10% discount. Also, a new large special event fee is recommended at a rate of $1,500 versus the standard special event rate of $1,115. This is to reflect the additional costs associated with modifications required to the venue to accommodate larger events. A 25% holiday surcharge is also being proposed for Hall and Community Center rentals due to higher underlying staffing costs on stat holidays. As additional fees and service opportunities are identified throughout the year, staff will present council with a report to adopt the fee and amend the user fee bylaw. As outlined in Attachment 1, Table 4, staff identified a number of fees in the current user fee schedule for services that are no longer offered by the county and are therefore recommended to be removed. These include table and chair rentals for events, GIS, orthophotography fees, and municipal hunting licenses for rabbit and pheasant. Staff also strive to complete periodic comprehensive reviews of each fee category in order to realign fees with underlying service delivery costs. During the year, finance staff worked with the licensing officer and clerk's department, as well as fire department, public health, and bylaw staff to review processes around the issuance of business licenses administered by the county as part of a comprehensive review. A summary of this review can be found in Attachment 4, Table 5. Recommendations have also been provided in detail within the report. Specifically, though, council directed staff to explore a flat rate fee alternative for lottery licensing fees instead of the current approach, which is based on a percentage of prize values. Staff determined that the Schedule A full cost recovery applicable to raffle, bingo, Nevada, Bazaar lottery licenses is approximately $71.19, which consists mostly of consultation time with the licensing officer, standard time to review, process, and issue the licenses, as well as staff time required to audit the lottery report within 30 days of an event. It was noted that the consultation and audit requirements do increase with the size and complexity of the event, which is typically correlated with prize value, which would support the percentage-based approach. Important to note is that there are maximum prize values for certain events, which would limit the fee paid by the licensee. For example, bingo events, prize boards cannot exceed $5,500, which would result in a maximum fee of $165. The non-electronic raffles have prizes of up to $50,000, which would result in a $1,500 maximum fee. The $71.19 quoted as full cost recovery would represent a smaller event, but it was determined that this could very easily exceed $150, let's say, based on the time requirements for a larger event. Based on the research completed by staff, most municipalities do charge the 3% maximum fee and or have separate fees for each activity, such as a per session fee for bingo or a percentage fee for raffles and Nevada lotteries. Therefore, it's staff's recommendation to continue with the current percentage-based approach. As outlined within the report, a comprehensive review of recreation programming fees, which includes arena fees and a fee assistance program proposal, is currently on hold pending the completion of the master recreation plan and recreation policy, which is expected to be presented to council in Q1 2025. Additionally, staff are recommending a review of fire inspection fees, which were identified during the business licensing review completed in 2024. As needing a further review. So lastly, staff committed to a review of Marina user fees further to council's recent direction at the October 9th council and committee meeting regarding the strategic direction for the marinas, and we will bring that forward in the future. The estimated revenue impact of adopting the proposed user fee rates as compared to the approved 2024 levy operating budget with adjustments for expected activity levels and other factors is approximately $660,000, which represents an 8% increase over the prior year. This includes, just noting that this does include budget drivers in excess of CPI adjustments to user fee rates as outlined within the report. On a final note, since publishing the agenda, rec staff identified an oversight related to fees 277 and 278 for child and senior and adult swim passes. The proposed rates are $23.75 and $39.25 respectively. However, due to a system requirement, these need to be equally divisible on a per use basis. Therefore, staff are recommending these be updated to $24 and $41 respectively. These changes can be included in the user fee bylaw that comes to council for approval next month. So with all that, department staff or I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Questions from council? Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Ryan, looking at the pre-consultation fee with respect to developers, the $500, the province has made it a point that there's no need for a mandatory pre-consultation fee. And I'm just wondering, with respect to that, do we expect a lot of applicants not applying for a pre-consultation coming right to council with their application?
I see Brandon there ready to answer. I think I might have to pass that over to the department.
Thanks, through the chair. A couple points on that one. One, that's correct that it's not a legislated requirement to have one. We still do offer them. So far, I think we found 99% have been choosing to do the pre-consultation. What we're proposing to institute is, instead of just requiring $500 for the pre-con and then your application fee, is go back to the old way where that $500 for the pre-con fee can be applied to your application when you submit it, subtracting $500. A little bit of an encouragement to still do it.
That's great, thank you.
Councillor Brandon Drucci.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. There's a lot of information here, and you went through it. Is this the time and place for discussion on it, or is this for our information to? It's just so much, and not because you don't use a percentage. What you do is each individual thing is the increase, and it's not standard. So I'm kind of wondering, especially when we looked at the marinas, why you put something in now when there's supposed to be discussion on it with a group and work on that afterwards. Why is it just for the budget process so we have a number in there?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yes, it was assumed. So basically the direction to further evaluate the marina fees came once the report was already in workflow. So the underlying assumption would be that, we would do the bare minimum, which would be the inflationary increase as we've done historically. So again, it's just kind of a placeholder until we determine what to do. We can amend those as we make decisions on that. And does that answer your question? Sorry.
Microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it does answer my question, because at the end of the day, when I look at it, I think, well, this is insufficient, this is insufficient, this is insufficient. But at the end of the day, if you're using them as a placeholder, I can understand that.
I'll just add to just like the high level question that you're asking there. So the general approach is to apply that inflationary increase to everything unless otherwise noted. So the purpose of the tables 1 to 4 are basically to highlight the items that are not changing at the same rate as the inflationary increase. Sorry, I was going somewhere with that. Yeah, sorry. What I was going to note actually, and this can be confusing too, is some of the percentages, they don't work out to exactly 3.5%, and that can be confusing. And it's basically, we try to maintain consistent rounding relationships between all of the increases. So, you know, between like under $10 or under $5, we would round to the nearest like 5 cents or 25 cents or whatever, right? So it's just to kind of have a consistent approach to updating those. There are some exceptions to that, but that's why it doesn't always equal the 3.5%.
But I totally agree that we have to have increases. I just, at some point in time, there could some sort of form of consistency, but at the end of the day, it's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I guess this isn't really so much of a question, just a comment. It was a lot of detail. The chart provides all of the information in terms of what the changes and a percentage and things like that. I do want to say that I'm glad we were proactive with some of the development changes and with the minor variants and things like that, and that we looked at the difficulty with the selling of the summer ice, and we went to some more municipal comparators with some of the other fees. I think it was very proactive. I think the increases in the area that we needed are necessary, and that there were decreases in areas that will benefit growth. So thank you very much to staff for a very comprehensive package.
Thank you. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I've brought this up in the past, but you know, when we talk about rounding and an example of the swim fees that you just brought up, yeah, we've rounded it to an even dollar, but then you have to pay HST on that, and we should be, you know, rounding it to the full price and then calculate the HST backwards from it. So, like, there are people left in the world who pay cash, and if you can work that out to even bills rather than having to make change, it does save a lot of time and effort. And, you know, it's a bit of a pain to go through it backwards that way, but I think it would be very helpful, like, especially on those items where it would be a tendency more likely to pay cash than other things. So,
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, thanks to staff for your work on this. A couple of sort of quick questions. I appreciate our friends in community development looking at the minor variance and adding that for this year. I know that was a large topic of discussion last year, so appreciate that. I wanted to ask just for clarification on what the after the fact part means in the minor variance.
Thanks, through the chair. So that, of course, we're seeing a number of instances where there is, I guess the easiest way to say is build first, ask for forgiveness later, instead of applying for it and then building. And I think that's a little bit of a mechanism to partly dissuade it. It's only a couple $100, but it's just staff are faced with that situation a lot, and then you're kind of put in a bit of a box there because the structure may already exist. It's already there, and then you're doing a report about it. And small bit of.
Thank you. I understand. I appreciate that being responsive. I guess I just wonder what happens if the property has changed hands?
Through the chair, I guess that whether or not there would be anything between the purchaser and the seller as to how they've done that, if someone finds out later. But I guess if someone inherits that situation and they need to remedy it, I guess it would still be the fee. Whoever is the owner, whoever needs to apply, it would be the fee.
Councillor Van Passen.
yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. Are we still working on questions, or are we allowed to offer some
Yeah.
changes to it.
No, let's get into it, and depending on what everyone's interested in, we can break down the attachments to keep it more organized if you'd like. Okay, just one sec. Is it about the report or a specific fee? Okay, let's go to Councillor Brunt, and I'll come back to you, Councillor Van Passen.
Just very quickly, I read the report on the marinas and what you're planning to do, but it just says months ahead. Does that mean before year end or in the new year? It doesn't really specify. Where did we leave that? Do you remember?
Through you, Madam Chair. Staff are working on the business case. Staff were given direction to come back at budget time. You'll hear a little bit next month when staff present the capital budget, and we're reprioritizing some of that, and then we'll be looking for some council direction.
And then the fees will?
We will be adjusting all of that at the same time. So as Ryan had said, this report had been completed before council had made a decision on the Marina, and so those fees are in there as placeholders now, but we will be coming back to council with all of that in the near future.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Van Passen, do you want to break it down by attachments, or do you want to?
Well, I'm on the attachment of the fees, but one of my comments was going to be, let's just crank all the marina fees up by 50% now, and but staff are working on it, so that's a bit of a big. But I got one little technical question on, it's page 30 of that attachment. It's item number 478 under environmental services. It's the big 40-page attachment, right? So, yeah, and then item number.
Okay, attachment to page, sorry?
Page 30, item number 478.
Okay, thanks.
It's the excess load charge for tipping in excess of 1 ton of $26.25. But if you bring in 1 ton, that costs you $152. So am I just missing something here?
So through the chair, that's an additional charge. So what we find is the typical drop off at the transfer station is below 1 ton. So they'd be paying their minimum weight or their minimum charge plus associated fee. But occasionally you see larger complete renovations, which are dropping off a large volume. And if they go over 1 ton, they will be paying that $152 plus the additional $26 on top of it.
I think that explains it. And my other little technical question is on page 41. The facility is item 667, the EV charging station. They're going to raise it from $2.10 per hour to $2.15. Now, if I got to park my car somewhere in Turkey Point, it costs me $4 an hour just to park a car. But if I can park it and plug into the hydro and get the hydro, it only costs me half as much. That doesn't make sense. So I think we should at least raise it to the $4, the same as we charge for parking.
Let's walk this back so we can stay organized. Let's start with attachment 1, and I'll open the floor back up to council. Is there anything that you want to address on attachment 1, which is the proposed fees not to be adjusted? I have one question while you're reviewing that. Can someone please remind me of the times for prime and non-prime? I see Nikki's on the line. I can't remember.
Sure, thanks, Madam Chair. I believe we have Ms. Slode on the line if she wants to help us out with that question on the prime, non-prime times.
I sure can. Thanks, Madam Mayor, through you. Prime time is from Monday to Friday, 5 p.m. till 10 p.m. and every hour on the weekend. And non-prime is 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock p.m. And then there's a morning non-prime, which is from the opening time, Monday to Friday, until 1 p.m.
Sorry, say that last part again. Non-prime is 1 till 5 p.m. on weekdays?
Correct. And then there is during the off season, so like during the fall winter season, the prime ice season, there is also a morning non-prime, which is a little bit cheaper yet, and it is from the time we open, so either 6:30 or 8:30 a.m. until 1 p.m. Monday to Friday.
Okay, thank you for that. I needed a refresher. And just as an FYI, for council, last year, summer ice in Norfolk was $250 and Brantford was $170. Okay.
Yeah, this past summer we were $212 for the summer ice, and we only had the one rate. There was just the $212.
I'm not seeing any hands or questions for attachment 1. Attachment 2, which is the big document Councillor Van Passen was referencing. Councillor Duffy?
Thanks, Madam Chair. You've got me thinking here, but I'm wondering, this is probably a question to Brandon or perhaps Nikki. When the rec master plan comes back in Q1, will we then take a look at sort of prime time and non-prime time?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, absolutely. Our prime time, I don't know why or how it ever changed, but prime is in our municipality is considered a little different than most municipalities. So definitely it will all be part of the ice allocation policy review.
Perfect. Thanks for that.
Okay, anyone else for questions on attachment 2? All right, attachment 3, which is the user fee policy. The actual policy document. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I think I've harped about this in the past as well, but the user fee policy, and this is where it speaks to full cost recovery and full cost accounting, but nowhere do I ever see, let's make an effort to do things more efficiently to bring the cost down to what we currently charge. And, you know, do we need to put that into policy, or can we just tell everybody, let's try to find ways to do things better, to do them faster, to do them more efficiently? Like the fallback position to automatically just raise the price, that doesn't work in the real world, but it seems to work in the government world. And I don't know what we can do about that other than whine about it and try to get the staff to think about it a bit more, but maybe our CAO could make me feel better by telling me something that I don't want to hear. So.
Through you, Madam Chair, I will say that that's something that's a constant program for all of our service areas, constantly looking for savings, constantly looking for opportunities to deliver services more efficiently. Where we can, we do. Where we can't, we continue on. That's what I can tell you, is that it's an ongoing program. It's a regular discussion item that we're always looking for opportunities to provide services at a more efficient level.
Councillor Berry.
Yeah, so follow up to Al, what does that mean exactly? So when you are looking for, you're always looking for efficiencies and always looking for ways to do things better. What does that mean? Like how are we doing that?
Through you, Madam Chair. So it's part of an ongoing program. We're always looking at how we deliver those services. We're asking frontline staff, are there opportunities for us to deliver services more efficiently? They're the ones who will often have better knowledge of how we're delivering services. It's a challenge that we have. We are looking through our employment, our new culture, staff member that we're hiring as a result of our retention and attraction. We're looking at creating some opportunities for some competition between departments to look at those savings. We're looking at suggestion boxes. We're looking at rewarding employees who offer up ideas on how we become more efficient. And so we're generating all of those programs, and you'll start to see that in the new year in terms of how we are going to be encouraging our staff to be vocal, to not be afraid to offer some different thoughts on how we deliver services. And that's an ongoing program that we're doing, but we're going to formally implement some strategies to encourage staff to bring some of those ideas forward and reward staff that actually come up with ideas that generate some savings and efficiencies in our service delivery.
And how often do frontline staff members bring forward suggestions on how to improve efficiencies?
I don't have an exact number for you, but I think Mr. Sloan's got some examples of how in his area they've done some things throughout 2024. But it's something that each GM is always encouraging and working with their management team to promote that and make that part of our corporate culture, that we're always constantly looking for savings. But I'll let Mr. Sloan give you a couple of examples.
Yeah, if I can, through the chair, just briefly on one example that's before you today, is we did a lean process review for the site plan process, and we were able to make some changes, and so the minor site plans could be done within 30 days, and a regular site plan is 60 days, and then also streamlining how staff review and do conditions or anything about an agreement. And that part of doing that, and now we have some experience over 6 months, and that's led to then us proposing to reduce the site plan minor fee from the $6,000 to the $4,000, as an example.
So, you know, for my own, I guess, I don't know, is there some way where we could have at budget, you know, some kind of summary of some of the costs that were saved over the course of the year, that we can actually look back and say, wow, we actually did, maybe not this budget, because I realize the time is tight on that, but because there's something as part of our, you know, ability or our challenging ourselves to do better, can we have a review of that we actually say, well, yeah, actually we did do these things, instead of speculating that we may or we may not be? Because I'd like to know that rather than just assume that that's what we're always doing. I'd like to know it. How do we know? How do we know we're doing it?
So through you, Madam Chair, part of the program that's being developed is a regular update to council in regards to the program that we're developing for staff to propose changes, for us to review those changes, for us to implement those changes, for us to track those cost savings and then report it to council and the public on a regular basis. So that is coming as part of the program, and you'll see some of that in 2025.
Okay, that's great. I would really like to know not only how often those suggestions come forward, but how often they're implemented or we actually take action, and if we do, what the benefits to Norfolk County taxpayers are for us to do that.
That's a great point. I constantly am asked what we're doing to review our operations and our services, and my answer is always it's ongoing, but it would be, you know, in the spirit of transparency, really good to provide annual examples. Have I missed anyone? Councillor Vanadrishi?
Push the wrong button. Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, just to further on that, it's the accountability and the monitoring of successes and the idea of deliverables and checklists and balances. Like, when I look at a department, we had this list to accomplish. How many of those have been checked off? Like, how often does each department do that type of thing? So that as a counselor, I can go back and say, look, we had X amount to do. It's been successful. These are the deliverables. This is what's happened, and we've done it within the timeline. Do we have that?
And you know what? A good example of that is the report we had recently that I listed off all of the departments and areas that we had contributed to our surplus fund. And some of it was insignificant, but like meeting expenses with staff, but it was listed in that report. So maybe there's an update to that companion report and it's brought back to us at budget, just so we can have a transparent conversation. That was a couple months ago, but I remember it was in consent, and I just listed off all the items that we had found savings in, and it was recorded.
Yeah, and just through you, Madam Chair, so part of what we're developed is with council's strategic plan that for each term of council, I think we've mentioned this before, that all cascades into departmental business plans that are developed every year. That then translates into individual performance plans that are gauged, and so on an annual basis we are reviewing not only in terms of what staff have done to help achieve not only personal goals but corporate goals, strategic goals, departmental goals, but then also how it ties into council strategic goals as well. And so that's an exercise that's happening. In fact, we're in the process of revamping our performance appraisal program starting in 2025. They will all be consistent now. They will all be based on a calendar year. They will all be consistently reviewed so that there's consistency around that, and making sure that we are all singularly focused not only on bringing our corporate strategic priorities to fruition, but also our departmental and personal goals in support of council's goals. So that is all being worked on right now, and you'll start to see a lot of that in 2025.
I have two questions for staff on this report. The first is to Mr. Sloan, probably. So these changes on planning-related fees, those are great. Can we get, in short order, some information, some projections, some statistics from you that I would be able to include in the federal letter we just discussed yesterday for the Housing Accelerator Fund? That fund is meant to keep housing affordable, keep the costs down, and get it moving, reduce the red tape. So is there something you'd be able to produce? You can demonstrate, obviously, our rate changes, but our projection in that. We can talk about how the $500 would roll over into your application. Can you get me some information to include in that letter?
Yes.
Thank you. My second question is the Port Dover Friday the 13th fee. It talks about the full cost recovery being calculated at $131.84 based on the administrative inspections. I just struggle with that and question that a little bit, and I could be wrong, but I'm usually out every Friday the 13th, and this year I saw a massive increase in our staff walking around checking bylaw, fire, multiple pop-up businesses on main streets with tents were given instructions from our fire team. I also saw clerk staff out and about checking on licensing, which I've never noticed to that extent before. In the few hours I was down a couple different times throughout the day, we had staff everywhere. How possibly are we doing full cost recovery at a $131.84 when we have 10 staff out all day, every day, confirming licensing, doing inspections on tents that are already up and running, asking for tents to have full fire safety management plans when it's a pop-up tent on Main Street?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think that goes to some of the discussion that we've had earlier. The goal through our user fee is to get closer to full cost recovery. We are not there yet. What we do is we struggle on an annual basis. What does that increase look like to try to keep things as affordable in terms of increases? Like Councillor Van Passen had mentioned, do we want to just raise our fees 50%, 70% to try to get to full cost recovery? Probably not there even if we do that, but it's a constant struggle. We monitor some of those costs and then we make some recommendations to council on our user fees. And then what we try to look at is opportunities to temper some of those increases. If it's budget committee's direction to staff to sort of come back next year and say, full cost recovery is actually this number versus what we're proposing to get you a little bit closer to cost recovery, we can certainly do that if that's budget committee's desire, but it's a challenge.
Clarification on this one, full cost recovery was calculated at $131.84, and I believe the current fee is $231. So we are charging more than full cost recovery on this, but I challenge that unless I've misunderstood it. But regardless, I still challenge the fact that that's full cost recovery. And I guess I'm not advocating that it needs to be higher or lower. Staff, you know what the administrative burden is associated with this. I suppose I'm raising it to say I don't think it's a good use of time to send out 2 or 3 departments to comb the streets on Friday the 13th, and especially when we have a partnership with Kinsman and Board of Trade who are vetting these vendors, setting them up, and so on. They have to, sure, food inspections, absolutely, but there also is a level of culpability for these businesses. They're signing off, they're saying they're going to do the right things, and so to go out and heckle them for their licenses and make sure that they've got extinguishers on a tent that has no walls on it, and it's a bit much, so that's why I raise it. a resource.
Thank you. Excuse me. Through the chair, thank you for the question. I will concede that this one was, that particular fee and kind of the event-based fees are a bit trickier to determine full cost recovery. So, this was based on the discussions that we had with the various departments. My understanding is that different departments, fire, public health, bylaw, the licensing officer, send staff out to do these inspections, and essentially our approach to trying to determine what cost recovery would be per vendor, knowing that there's significant variability in the amount of time that they may spend with each vendor, is just to take the number of hours that each of those staff are there, divide that by the average number of vendors that they might see. So I would definitely agree that it is a little bit more subjective than some of the other ones. It is dependent on, and I think it was noted in the report that it is dependent on the number of vendors, right? But again, just being consistent with the approach and determining the underlying costs, and then again dividing that by that assumption is how we arrived at that $131. The fact that it was within the range for different event fees and things, I would say that generally the processes for the inspections and whatnot are based on the mobile food premise sales, which tend to be on the higher side, right? What you're saying though, as far as the number of staff that go out there, if I'm recalling the calculation correctly, I don't believe we factored in 10 staff. So perhaps, again, that was just based on what we had discussed. So maybe I'd have to defer to clerks or another department to kind of clarify that. But we can certainly look at these in more detail if that's the desire. We thought that the outcome seemed fair and based on the current rate, and thought that it would encourage participation in those events as well. So
yeah, I'm not worried about the fee rate. I'm worried about our staff, and I don't think it's a good use of their time. And if we're factoring in 10 staff, in my opinion, that's probably 6 too many. We've got an entire command center filled with communications and bylaw and roads, and so we've got to trust our partners through the Board of Trade and Kinsman that they're setting up the fees, they're coming to us, they're getting the licenses. I don't. Councillor Hoffman, did you have something or?
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I just want to say I totally agree. To me, that is not a good look for Norfolk County. At other places like that, looking at other festivals and things like that, I don't ever recall seeing staff out and about looking for vendor permits and fire extinguishers and things like this. I think that's just an overkill, and I think that was a bad call in terms of sending staff out to do that. There's a process, if someone gets a license for a bingo, we generally don't send staff out to check on that license at the event. It's all done prior to, and I think, like you said, we've got the Board of Trade and the Kinsman, and we've got good partnerships there, and I think that's something that we should probably back away from.
Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. I think we discussed this in the past too about why do we have to do certain inspections? If you have a licensed vendor in Brant County who comes down for Friday the 13th, why does it need another fire inspection? Why does it need another health inspection? Same health unit rules, same fire rules, same TSSA rules. Had a situation this fall where a food vendor was licensed for Friday the 13th in Dover, was licensed for Norfolk County Fair, but couldn't be at the Donnybrook Fair in Walsh because he didn't pass the tests. They just wanted to move it from Dover to Walsh to Simcoe, but somehow in between something changed. I don't understand those things. So it's not just how much staff, and does anybody sneak into Dover on Friday the 13th with a chip truck without a license? So why do we send people out to check on it on that day? That shouldn't happen. That's a waste of time. It's a waste of our resources, and and why are we double doing what other municipalities have done? If they're approved in one place, they should be good for the whole summer, right? The machine doesn't change, but think I'm ranting again. Sorry, Madam Mayor.
That's okay. To be clear, I do support checking out the food trucks. We don't want anyone sick, but Councillor Berry?
Thanks, Mayor. Just another perspective, I guess, on the Friday the 13th stuff. And actually I have run and looked after other events, and we do get checked, actually. The fire does come by and look for licenses and fire extinguishers and no, but we do get checked by county staff. But I will say that having some staff on the ground checking vendor permits on Friday the 13th is helpful, because you do get squatters that don't pay, that do just come in and try to throw up T-shirts. It doesn't happen a lot, but it has happened. And it's really tough for, it's hard to put the Board of Trade or the Kinsmen in the line of fire, let's say, on that. Like, volunteers have no ability to tell people to pack up, right? Like, we can't enforce that. We don't have any teeth at all to tell people to get out of here. Whereas a bylaw officer has a bit more. So I'm not saying we need 10. I'm not arguing with that, but I will say there is some value to having them go around and check, especially, when, not this term of council, but a previous term, decided that some groups weren't allowed to set up any longer, that they're not allowed to sell any longer. You kind of need someone with a badge to take care of those things. So I don't want to cut back to the point where we're leaving volunteers to deal with something that they really shouldn't have to, but even if they did want to, they can't. They don't have the authority to deal with it.
Okay, great discussion. Point taken by staff, I think. And I don't have a proposed change to the user fee. So go ahead.
Sorry, are we on attachment 4 yet? This is the licensing. We're on Friday the 13th. I don't know if we actually...
We did do attachment 4, and then I just had my final comments, but we can go to it. Go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to talk just about the fundraising licensing. I've talked about that in the past. I get it. I get the cost recovery. I still don't like it. That essentially we are... So a lot of these groups that fundraise are doing it so that they do things that the county won't have to do. And that they can provide the service less expensively than the county can. And so for the county to be, taking a piece of that, it still doesn't quite sit right. I understand that some groups do their own fundraising for their own purposes and their own services, and that I don't mind as much, but it's those community groups that borderline on services that the county doesn't have to offer because they are active that gets to me. So I'm wondering if we could see something, maybe staff, or if I could ask staff to come back with an idea of, is there a way that we could have some of these groups that do provide those borderline services to ask for an exemption based on the fact that they provide a service that aligns with the county goal? The reason I'm asking is if we can keep the money in those organizations, it saves us money, hopefully, and it provides, or if it doesn't save us money, it provides a service at lower cost than it would be provided by the county. And I look at this as part of maybe a grant program. The county does so many things for groups and for events where it eats costs and provides service, and we don't really track it, and good, I guess, or bad, depending on how you look at it. But my point, I guess, is to not, to worry about $71 over here and then give thousands of dollars in services over to this event doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I feel like some of these groups that are applying for licenses to fundraise for their activities should be able to have an out here, and it can be part of our grant program, where we set aside some of our grant budget to offset some of these licensing costs. Is that doable, or is that something that's worth looking into, I guess?
So if I may, I believe what Councillor Berry is referring to is on Table 4, or the Attachment 4, Table 5, in regards to the raffle and bazaar lotteries. The municipality is allowed to charge between 1% and 3% of the total value of the prizes. We currently charge 3%, and I believe what Councillor Berry is asking is there an appetite if we identify certain groups that are raising these funds, but they provide a certain municipal service and a benefit to the county and our residents, would we be agreeable to reducing that fee, perhaps 1% or a flat fee or something along those lines? And that's, of course, a decision that Budget Committee can give us direction on. There's no doubt that some of these community groups certainly provide a benefit that oftentimes, if they weren't there to provide those services, that the county would likely have to step in and provide some of those services to those most in need and some of those values. But that's a decision that this committee can direct staff to either look at and come back, or you can make that decision now and ask us to reduce that fee now.
Well, I don't know if I want to go and just say no more fee, or I'd like to have an idea of how we can do this and still be consistent with everything else we're trying to achieve. And so, like I said, I go back to that grant program that we have, that could be part of it, or some other way where we're not just giving up the income or whatever you want to call it, the revenue, but it becomes, you know, I think of things like the Perch Derby in Port Dover, okay? Like, that's the firefighters and the Board of Trade. Like, do we really need to be in the pockets of the fundraisers of the firefighters and the Board of Trade? Like, is that really necessary? You know, like both those groups provide a lot of services that, like I said earlier, county couldn't provide them. The firefighters are county, but I don't feel like we need to be in that business. I'm sure there's others around the county, but that's where I keep coming back to. So I really like a report or something that we can say, look, if we allocated a certain percentage of the grant budget, or if we were going to do a flat fee, what would that look like on the budget? I don't want to just make a decision, but I'd like to have a sense of how this could work.
Okay, before you said that, I had Councillor Huffman's hand, so
Yeah.
I'll come back to you as a motion, but Councillor Huffman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I appreciate exactly what you're saying, because when I came in my first term, that was a bee in my bonnet. I couldn't understand why we were charging the Lions Club of Waterford to rent the ice for them to do their skate-a-thon, to raise thousands and thousands of dollars to put back into our community, and charging them $35 or $50 for the meeting room to hold their tickets. Like, it just didn't make any sense to me. So I just want to say to some of the newer staff that there is a lot of historical knowledge here in terms of how this used to work, and how it was done was through the grant program. Is that we would determine, they would submit something. For example, the Lions would say, doing this fundraiser, looking for X number of dollars to compensate the rental of the ice in the meeting room, and that money would be given to them through the grant program. Because we were told as council it was impossible to do it, quote unquote, at a reduced rate than everybody else, just because of liability and bookkeeping and a whole array of other ideas. So before a whole new report gets done, I think it would be worthwhile to check with maybe some of the staff who historically were around for that discussion, so we're not reinventing the wheel, and we can look at, and maybe it goes back, we revamp our grant program a little bit so that there is some flexibility. So I totally understand what Councillor Veer is saying, but I just want to make sure that we're not just rough riding over everything that we've already accomplished.
So Councillor Very is moving a motion with some direction. Sounds like Councillor Huffman seconding it. Let's clean that up a bit, and then I will turn it over to Council with Councillor Vanadrishi waiting to speak. So what I heard was some direction to staff to provide Council with a report on the grant, on additional grant opportunities. And I think that you're speaking specifically to lottery and licensing items, or?
Well, I was, but hearing what Councillor Huffman says, I mean, that's another good example, is this is a rental that the county, yeah, I understand we have to have cost recovery, but for $50 for ice time or 100, or whatever it was, you know, I guess where I'm going with this is, look, if a group is saying, yeah, we need this license, but here's the rationale. we're going to raise $5,000 and we're going to fix this thing, or we're going to do this thing that you don't have to do, yeah, I think we can kick in the $50 or the $100 or whatever to reduce or remove a barrier, or like, it doesn't make sense to keep cycling that money through, and it could just go to the group. So however that looks, I don't know if it has to be a report. It could be within the next grant report that comes. It could be recommendations. I don't want to recreate everything like Councilor Huffman says. I just want it to be that we're being reasonable here and getting out of the way of these groups that want to do fundraising that actually benefits the corporation of Norfolk County as well.
So to clarify, you're talking about licensing and lottery options. You're talking about in-kind services, booking and county assets.
If we're going to look at something, I'd like to look at, you know, in specific things like that, yes.
And we did some type, so if you can add in there, staff to be directed to provide a report on additional grant opportunities to offset certain costs associated with lottery. Is lottery finance staff, is that encompassing all of those, like raffles, 50, is that language okay? Okay, and then associated with lottery and in-kind services.
Sorry, I may jump in again here, but I want it to be where there's a direct benefit to the corporation or a related benefit to community services that aligns with council's goals. So I don't want it to be necessarily that every single thing, like if the group is fundraising for its own cause, that it's fine, like I'm not against them, but if they're doing their own programming and their own work, I'm a little bit less worried about that. But if there's a direct link to our priorities as council that we've set and our goals for the community, like Kim said, with the Lions doing all this community work that we wouldn't be able to do, there should be a consideration there. That's what I'm getting at, is that it's not a free for all across the board reduction. It's just really where there's that.
So if I could just throw a couple examples at you, so we're giving staff a good idea, and so I'm understanding if the group was going to fundraise for the Waterford Skate Park and that's listed in our capital budget, that's a direct benefit. If they're going to do a raffle on a motorcycle on Friday the 13th for the water park, sure. The hospital, not one of our priorities on our capital budget. Is that fair game to give staff some type of guidance there?
I think it's a starting point. Yeah, that's where I'm getting at. And if it's successful, then we might be able to look at expanding those other things. But right now, let's get these groups fundraising as much as possible so we don't got to pay for stuff.
Okay, and then my last question about the motion before I go back to council is probably a staff question. So what is happening with this year's grant funding in our budget? Is there any report? Is there any documentation? Are you asking for any increases? How much money is left after grandfathered items are spoken for? Are you going to bring us a report at this year's budget, or is this a budget amendment afterwards? What's that look like to address this?
To the chair about the community grant program, the entire amount, I believe it was $34,000, was utilized. We are now in the process of getting the reports from those recipients. They have to give us a report on how it went and getting our final actuals. And so we can, with the community grant program that comes forward in the new year, we can do a recap of the current year. We were not proposing at this point in time to add or change the amount. That'd be, of course, to council's purview. We also, just for some reference to the past item, those community grant applications, if there is a component of their work that requires in-kind support from the county, we do have a summary form that they can fill out as part of that grant program that we've included. We could look, of course, at that and expand upon it, because it does talk about certain special events or projects that it's related to. Just another brief item is we also have the community-led initiatives. So if a community was looking to do a project in the capital plan, they submit as part of that process. In that form, they can indicate whether or not they're looking for some of the fees to be waived by the municipality or other in-kind services is baked into that process as well right now.
That's a great idea. Maybe if it's recognized as I'll leave it with you to bring back. But maybe if it's recognized as a strategic priority of council and staff, it's in the capital budget, and a group comes to us and says they want to speed this up and they're going to fundraise, then we go, boom, would you like in-kind services or would you like a reduction on these fees? So, yeah, but not the lottery part, so.
Correct.
Yes, okay. All right, so we'll deal with it at budget when the time comes, but we also talked about the grant this morning with the camera. And so we cut our grant funding down to 34,000 from 68. So just keep that in mind when grants come up. Councillor Vanendriessche, then Breton, then Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Through you, I'd like to have a little clearer view of organizations, like when you're saying in mind with the county. What about organizations that raise money for food distributions, for Christmas baskets? Like I'm thinking of your church organizations and many of those. Are you going to differentiate from them to an organization that is like, I don't even know if church organizations are nonprofit or not. I don't know.
I go to Councillor Barry because it's his motion, but I think it's going to be really hard to differentiate.
So how are you going to be fair in the process? I'd rather go for a flat rate rather than saying if we're doing a fundraiser and we get 1% or 2% or 3%. I'd like to can all that and just to put a flat rate on it for a fee of whatever.
So, I'm sorry, are the churches doing a lottery? Is that what you're saying?
Churches do lotteries. Churches raise money for food banks. Churches give out baskets. Organizations do the same.
Yeah, I know they give up. I guess I understand what the churches do. I get that. I guess what I'm saying is if it's a lottery, huh?
It wouldn't be a service that Norfolk County would be supplying. That's what we're talking about. Like,
and I totally agree with what you're saying. That's my point. If a do-gooder is this group and a do-gooder is that group, how are you differentiating and why? Just because and I can understand it for a council project such as a park or this or that or whatever, but doing good is doing good for the community. If I raise money and I have to pay my fee and I'm raising money with, and I have to give 3% in the lottery fund for whatever, what's different helping a person get fed versus a person that's looking for the play park?
I would.
And both are great.
Can I go?
Sure.
Okay. So through the chair back to Councillor Vanendriessche, I guess my motion was to align with our identified strategic initiatives that council has set out for itself. It wasn't about a value system of whether it's good or not, because I don't know how I would say what is more good than the other good. Certainly if you want to include poverty reduction services, I don't know. I think that this isn't going to be a catch-all. I think it's going. My hope here right now, excuse me, in this early state is that it will be a request for a reconsideration of that fee, and so whoever evaluates that, if they decide that the church basket program meets whatever criteria Brandon or whoever's group sets for that exemption, then sure, they would be exempt. But if they don't, then they won't. So I think that's what it is. It's not a matter of who's doing good and who's doing the most good. It's a matter of, what are the goals that council has, and can we help community groups help us meet those goals?
Before I go to Councillor Brunton, could I make a suggestion that the motion directs staff to almost create two streams? So the first stream is anything that's in the capital budget. It's been prioritized by staff and or council. And I think that stream could also include if somebody walked in here right now, the Kinsman came and said they wanted to do the water park. That's not in our capital budget, but they did say they'd fundraise for half or more. And so I think they should be eligible for the same opportunity. They're a charity. It's something that is going to end up on a capital budget somewhere, sometime, at some point. If we're going to take money to offset that cost, we should jump on that opportunity. So my first suggestion would be groups that are coming forward with a significant fundraising contribution and they're a not-for-profit, or items that are listed in the capital budget. A second stream can be the items that Councillor Vandendriessche is talking about with some criteria, just like Councillor Berry said, of staff for consideration. Those are going to be a little bit more difficult. They're not necessarily county council priorities. Like Councillor Berry said, it might be, poverty reduction items, and that might need a different criteria. The reality is at $34,000, there's not a lot of money to go around. That's less than 30 bookings in a community center. So if it pleases the mover and the seconder, can we create some direction to staff to look at two different streams to clean it up? Okay, they're both saying yes. Councillor Brunton, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I listening here, and I totally agree that any Lions Club within Norfolk County should not have to pay to rent the arena for fundraising or a banquet hall for an hour to have a meeting. And I think what we need is a list of nonprofit organizations for Norfolk County that provide that type of service. And to me, and they should be scrutinized very carefully to make sure they are nonprofit. And that way, I believe, and I stand to be corrected, but I think the Lions Club left the rec center because they were paying rent to rent the hall for their meetings. So to me, if we can get a list of who is nonprofit and make sure they're nonprofit, and then say, yeah, if you're raising money for Norfolk County, and they must be from within Norfolk County, let them rent the rec center, let them rent the banquet halls. And God, we don't need to give the Lions Club a grant to rent the banquet hall for an hour. They can do that. So anyways, that's just a comment, I think.
Councillor Columbus, then Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In the past, BIAs and chambers of commerce have been approached to spearhead a project. So I would hope that this would allow them, as part of this initiative, what the mayor's mentioned, to get some funding in putting forward their projects, because in the past that has not, they've been excluded.
Councillor Duffy.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I think that actually Councillor Berry might have been ahead of me. So I would relinquish so Councillor Berry can make his points because he was before me.
Oh, I apologize.
You skipped me. It's okay. Because I got into it with Linda there and I lost my chance. But hey, Brandon, through the chair, when we do in-kind contributions on the applications that you mentioned there, they're tracked presumably, and are they given a valuation, and is that valuation tracked?
Through the chair, the community grants program with the new policy and the new approach does have an in-kind support summary form. So if someone, there's two parts. One, if they have a grant application and they're asking for that, then yes, they do provide that information as part of it. And then there's a follow-up report about it. The other part is that as part of the community grant program, they have to identify within the application forms if they are receiving other in-kind services from the group as well. And then on the community-led initiatives process, part of the form does include identifying what in-kind support services. And then as part of that process, our staff do a bit of an evaluation of that valuation, of how much that might be. So if it's an operations thing, like they're asking for something from the parks, then we might equate a value to that for staff time.
Okay, so what I would like to see, if council agrees, is that we actually start to do that every time we do in-kind services. Don't make that face. But I think we need to start being realistic here with what it does cost Norfolk County. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but I'd like to know. And I think it's a great story that we can tell our community, if we have to, that we did how many ever hundreds of thousands of dollars of in-kind services every year. I don't think it should be just sort of washed away. Maybe that's not the best use of words, but you know what I mean? It shouldn't just disappear into the whatever it is. So I'd like to know if we could start to put some kind of value on the in-kind services we provide community groups, and if we can get a report on that every year.
Through the chair, just very briefly, as a reminder, when we did the new community grant program, that was one of the attachments that we had, as we did go through an exercise of estimating our current in-kind services within certain categories, and we had a valuation in there. And it's a good point, because if I recall, it was in the hundreds of thousands of dollars of in-kind support.
And I remember that, and I do remember also thinking that it wasn't as complete as a lot of us thought it could be, because I can't remember exactly what it was, but I remember going around the table and there's, well, what about this, and what about this, and what about this? And so if we cover the cost of hydro, if we cover the cost of setting up and taking down, if we provide the cost of cleanup, whatever, I'd like to know what that is.
Okay. Councillor Duthie, back to you.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I feel like we're talking perhaps in circles on something that's relatively simple, but I think my question perhaps then to the mover, is the correct language to talk about grant opportunities only in that if it's an in-kind, are we not thinking more of an exemption, but however it should be tracked, in that a grant would run out effectively, and we don't necessarily want to do that, so.
No, I don't even want to think about it as I guess it is a grant. It is a grant. But I'm not saying we give them the money. What I'm saying is we take a part of our grant budget and say, I don't know, based on the equation, whatever, that we expect that there's going to be $8,000 in forgiven licensing fees. Take that $8,000 out of the grant budget, set it aside for those licensing fees, and then work with whatever's left. So that way, our grant budget is essentially billed by our licensing department for those licensing fees that are waived. So it's still, we're not necessarily not charging the fees, they're just not charging them to the fundraisers themselves.
Right, so, and to be clear, we're going to have to make a levy contribution. There has to be the dollars there because staff are going to need to transfer that as like an interdepartmental fee or something. The money still has to be put over into the community hall booking account or the ICE booking account or the lottery license booking. We still will have to pay that, so it is going to be a levy contribution, but that is levy dollars into the grant fund. We trickle it out to the various departments until it's gone. So just to be clear, like when we say in kind, it still does cost us, even though we don't just open the door to our facility and it's a $0.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand that there's certainly hard costs associated with those. However, I wouldn't necessarily be in favor of reducing the community grant envelope of actual contributions that we could make to organizations. And I realize that there's a cost to them as well. But I wouldn't want to reduce that just to make way, to get out of our own way, if you will, to allow these types of applications, et cetera, to go forward. So I think it's important that we track it. I think perhaps the idea of a different stream of in-kind makes sense, but to me, I wouldn't want to see a reduction in the community grants.
Okay, I've got Councillor Van Pasten and Huffman. We do have a motion that's moved and seconded on the floor, so it should be some debate towards that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Trying to make sure everybody thinks this through, right? If group comes forward, they want to partner with the county to build a gazebo on our front lawn. The gazebo is going to cost $10,000. They're going to pay $5,000. The county will pay $5,000. Good deal. 50-50 deal. Okay, they're going to have a fund. The group's going to have a fundraiser. They want to rent the arena and raise their $5,000, and they want us to waive the fee. Okay, now that's no longer a 50-50 deal because we've just foregone a $1,000 rental fee. So now the gazebo's costing us $6,000 and it's costing them $4,000. Still got a nice gazebo, still costs $10,000, but it doesn't matter which pockets it comes out from. That's what it amounts to. I understand the logic. It's the feel good. Maybe we just reduce the red tape so none of these things cost so much in the first place, and they'd be happy to pay a $25 fee for their permit and not have to worry about all the other little back and forth and filling out paperwork and applying for a grant and getting the money back and doing all of that. But just make it, concept good, but make sure you understand what the effect of that could be, right?
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. As a seconder, I think there's been some great discussion, but obviously we're a long way from a solution because we're looking at a staff report coming back to us. So I think it would be prudent to wrap it up and let staff bring something back to us, and then we can have a more fulsome discussion.
Okie dokie, the motion is on the floor. I've wordsmithed it here with the clerk, so I just want to confirm you like the way it's written. It wasn't your exact words. And while they're mulling that over to staff, I suppose you're going to come to us and let us know in this report if this motion passes a dollar value required. I can't imagine it's going to be with the grandfathered amounts at the 34,000, right? So you're going to, okay, as long as you understand that, and goes without saying. Councillor Berry.
So with the motion, again, maybe it doesn't have to be in there, but one of the issues that I sort of raised was that the exemptions be based on some kind of alignment with county priorities. And so if we don't think, if that's getting too specific right now, I accept that. But to me, that was an important piece of what I was doing. So it depends on what we.
So that was, correct me if you don't like it, but and in the capital budget. So that's the
Where?
two streams that I.
Oh, align with the, sorry, I missed that. I'm
Okay.
so sorry.
No,
Yep.
no, that's okay, as long as you're
Got
good with it. All right, I'm going to call the question. Everyone understands what they're voting on. The motion's before you. Do I need to read it? No? Okay. All in favor? And opposed? The motion is carried, and we will get a staff report to discuss. All right, let's go back to the original report here and hopefully put this to bed. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you. It was recommended the discount on rentals for funerals. Can I get an explanation why you decided to remove that?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Other than the brief justification that was provided to me by the Recreation Department, I may have to defer to you guys, Brandon.
I'm sorry, through the chair, can we repeat the question on that specific line item?
What it is you wanted to remove it, so it was one of those four. It's the idea that if you were renting the hall or any hall for a funeral, either the service or the luncheon, that discount was removed. What was the reason for that?
Yeah, through the chair, there were some questions about that as to why we had that in the first place. I'll just ask Ms. Sloat if she's still on there to help with the response. If not, so I guess some of the notes that I have are there already is a bit of a subsidization for this rental. We weren't quite sure about the 25% discount for the funeral ones. And basically it was just kind of the rationale when looking at it. We couldn't find a good justification for keeping it, I guess, a good way to say it.
A good justification for keeping it? It's a funeral, and people are struggling today, and they still would like to have their family gather and whatever. The reason I feel that it's a bit difficult for people is if you take a look at the hall rental, and then you look at the kitchen rental, that's significant dollars for those families. And the 25% discount was at least a benefit to those families. But if they have to pay the whole amount and all you're doing is preparing a sandwich in the kitchen, not using a stove or maybe whatever, it's significant.
What's the item number, the line item, and what page?
Oh, it's I guess it's one of the pages, yeah.
Attachment 2, page 7. Councillor Van Andrieschie, are you moving a motion to reinstate the 25% discount
For funerals, yes, I am.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Columbus, is there discussion or debate? Councillor Van Passen.
I think that's more than reasonable, considering we give the same discount to charitable groups and things like that. It's our offering of charity to a family that's in distress in the first place, right? Yeah.
Call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Carried. All right, I want to get this report wrapped up. We're done here. We've gone through all the attachments. That CS 24-134 proposed 2025 user fee and service charges be received as information, and that council approved the revised user fee and service charges as outlined in report CS 24-134, and further that staff be directed to prepare the revised user fees and service charges bylaw. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Michele moves, Councillor Huffman seconds. All in favor? Councillor Van Passen.
See, this is why I asked this before about the marinas. We're going to approve this today without doing anything more than an inflationary increase on all the fees for the marinas. Why don't we crank them up by that 15% that we know we need now? We can adjust that later, make it a little higher if we have to, but if nothing else, let's start with, at minimum, a 15% increase on all those rates.
There's a motion on the floor to increase all marina user fees by 15%. Is there
By roughly, they'll work it out to like a few pennies here and there, right?
is there a seconder? Councillor Vanden Driesche. Debate and discussion? Councillor Huffman.
My discussion is that I want to wait to see what staff come back with, and I don't know enough about marina fees and comparable municipalities and comparators to make that decision. That's why we have staff. So I am most comfortable waiting for staff to come back with the information.
Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. While I frankly think that that's a good number, I too feel it would be prudent to wait until we get some more real concrete information from staff.
Councillor Breton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I assume there's really no concern here based on the fact that the boating season is completed, basically, and we start again with the new year. But I asked this question earlier. It said months ahead, and I assume the county manager said that we will have that report before year end.
Through you, Madam Chair, we are working on it. If you recall, when we were in front of council earlier, we talked about coming back with a reprioritized capital plan, and we would be looking at user fees as well, and in the context of bringing back a business plan to try to make the marinas self-sufficient. And so that's coming back to council. The capital portion will come back November. The balance of it will come back likely around council budget time in January.
And that's sufficient time to implement new rates, operating rates, I guess?
I would suspect, through you, Madam Chair, that when we start looking at what that new business plan will look like, we would likely start to have an implementation over a couple of seasons to get there. So I think if we have new fees in January that we can start posting them and getting them ready, we should be fine over the next couple of years to get to where we need to get to have the marina as self-sufficient as possible.
Okay, I guess my question is to Mr. Cridlin, and when do you advertise to the public down there, boaters, when they need their new, what their fees are going to be, I guess? When do you advertise that, or how does it work?
Through the mayor to county councilor. Yeah, that is done as, generally as soon as the user fees are approved. So if council was to approve the user fees today, we would say here are the approved user fees for 2025. So if these are, we could message until finally approved. We have the ability to hold that off till we're ready.
And that meaning January?
I think January. I wouldn't want to go much later because a lot of boaters do like to plan their year, but it's usually between November and December when this is finalized each year. So I don't think January is too far out of the process that we generally do.
Technically, don't we have to sign the whole budget bylaw anyways? And then it's, no? Okay. Councillor Columbus, then Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to make note that each time council increases fees, you can expect you'll be getting calls from various people, especially when their fees have gone up beyond inflation rate.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to speak to the motion that's on the table. I won't support it at this point, and I say that because while I believe it's necessary, these users are all very much aware that there are increases coming. We've put them on notice. They've been part of lots of public consultation already on this matter. They know what's coming. So I think I would much rather wait till we have a fulsome report from staff as to what that actually needs to look like, as opposed to presupposing an answer. So I will vote in opposition currently.
I'm going to jump in as well. I wasn't going to support it initially, but now I'm wondering actually if there's a compromise to be found if the mover would advocate for a 6.2%, which is double what staff have asked for. It's double the cost of inflation. We know we need to increase it anyways. Let's give notice to the membership that their prices are coming up instead of a 3.1% inflationary increase, and then boom, we go to a 15%. Maybe we can meet in the middle here. We can do 6.2. It's justifiable because it's double the rate of inflation, and we know we need to close the gap here. We might end up seeing a staff report and then raising it at another 4 or 10% on top of that, or we might not because we've already made an increase. But if we do it now, they're going to be put on notice. It shows that council is committed to increasing those user fees and having it pay its own way, but it's not the high end of the scale without any staff documentation. So I guess that's a question. Are you interested in changing your motion from 15? Okay, then my question to the clerk is, if this is defeated today, which is where it sounds like it's going, is that a reconsideration if staff bring us a staff report back? Because it's budget committee? What if staff bring us a report back that says you need to increase fees by 15%? We've already defeated that motion.
It was defeated though.
Yes, so then if staff suggest we need to do that, if that's the number to get to full cost recovery, is it a reconsideration with a 2/3 majority because we've defeated it here today?
This, Madam Mayor, it's still budget committee. It's still got to go to a council meeting for approval, so.
Yeah, which is going to happen in the next month, and staff report might be December or January.
And as long as you bring back a motion that says 14.9%, 15.1%, that's not the same motion, so it's not a reconsideration. So.
Okay, fair enough. Moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Van Andrieschie. All in favor of a 15% user fee on marinas? And opposed? Motion's defeated. All right, back to the original motion. I'm not reading it again. It is the staff recommendation from CS 24-134 to be received as information and update the fees. All in favor? And opposed? The motion is carried, and we're moving along to 2025 budget engagement before we break.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chris Everett's Manager of Financial Planning and Reporting will be presenting this report.
Thank you, Heidi, and through the Mayor to Council. Our second report before you today is a summary of the 2025 Budget Engagement Campaign results. We launched the Budget Engagement Campaign on September 9th with the goal of soliciting public input for budget priorities. Our engagement campaign included the Engage Norfolk webpage with several resources, including budget timeline, the annual budget survey, and the opportunity for the public to share ideas relating to priorities, cost savings, service enhancements, and essentially anything budget related that they wanted to talk about. Compared to the 2024 campaign, we did see less participation, which was disappointing given that the engagement page and survey were available for a longer period. Key results indicate that cost of living and affordability, property taxes, and healthcare and public health are the most important issues facing the respondents currently. This is consistent with last year as well. There continues to be a strong desire for continued investment in infrastructure such as roads and building a solid foundation, solid financial foundation for Norfolk County's future by ensuring fiscally responsible organization. A majority of the respondents were in favor of increasing property taxes just enough to maintain services or to expand or improve services. The report from our engagement platform is also attached to this report and provides a lot more detail than I'm giving you today, so I would encourage you to review that prior to deliberating either of the upcoming operating budgets. And then included within this report as well are all of the ideas that were shared on the engagement page. This is another area where we were disappointed. In 2023, which is when we started this, we only got 2 ideas. And last year we saw nearly 50, so we were expecting a lot more this year, but there were just 3 that were submitted. The ideas included improving communications like cell towers in lakeside communities for better access to 911 services, attracting physicians and walk-in clinics, and exploring opportunities with the marinas. So our next steps will be to continue to refine this process and investigate other avenues to encourage more participation and feedback. This year, like I mentioned, we've tried having a longer survey period, as well as our usual promotion. But some ideas for the next year include doing the survey maybe at a different point in the year to see if it results in greater participation, and allow for the results to be shared alongside the budget guidance report. Low participation is a theme that's being seen by other municipalities as well. I'm a member of a working group for municipal budgets, and it's often a topic of conversation when we meet. So we'll continue to engage with that group and see what other strategies can be implemented. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know that you're going to be happy about this question, Chris. I think I've asked you this before. Is 251 responses a representative sample size?
Through the mayor, I would say definitely not. We're not pleased with that level of participation.
Right, and I would agree. And so I guess my question then is, if it's not a representative sample size, why is it being presented even? We shouldn't, like, I understand that people that responded, yes, they want to see their voices heard or whatever else, but if it's not representative, their voices aren't really heard anyways, because we cannot base any decisions on a non-representative sample size. So, Chris, I guess my question here is there value to this then? And if there is, what is it? And if there's not, what are we doing?
Through the mayor, my first comment would just be that I think there is still value in council receiving the information. This is still residents that have taken the time to provide their specific feedback. So I think it's valuable. I think it's just that you have the right mindset there, that this isn't necessarily representative of every resident in the county.
Thanks, Chris. I appreciate that. I would say it's representative of nothing then, really. So I guess my question then goes back to Al, which is, you know, at some point, I mean, we've talked about this before. I've asked you about it before, about surveying and stats and these things. And I've suggested that we have a workshop or some kind of information for council. I'm wondering now if it's worth putting a little bit of money aside, that we actually give some support to staff here to say, here's how you do a survey that's representative, and here's how we get results that we can use at council. Because I don't see any reason to put time and resources into these initiatives that yield results that are not anything.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I would say the following. It's difficult to know unless you go to a professional pollster who's actually going to make those calls and send that out. What we do as staff is you put it online, you try to get feedback. You're not going to know how much feedback you're going to get. You're going to hope that you get enough feedback. The difficulty we have, and I think Chris mentioned it, is we do have the information, whether it's statistically significant or not, and whether we should base some decisions in it or not. I think we can have some discussion on that, but I don't think it would be appropriate for us just to say we didn't get enough feedback, so we're going to ignore it and not give council that information. So I think the information is in front of Budget Committee today, so that you know the information that we got, no matter how limited it was. And I think what you've heard from staff is, in an ideal world, we would have loved to have 50, 60,000 people provide comments and provide some insight. You don't know that going into it. So it's in front of council so that we're being transparent. That's the number of responses we got. You've understood what they've told you. And now that it's not necessarily for council to base any decisions on it. It's just we're being transparent with council, and here's what people responded with.
Yeah, fair enough. My follow-up comment, I suppose, to that is that I really struggle with with continuing to allocate resources and time to surveys that don't produce results that are valid. And that's where I'm at. So I guess I'll leave it with you, Al, or senior staff, to figure out a way to get either valid results or an alternative to this survey at all, because there's no point in giving survey results that aren't a valid sample.
Councillor Michelli, then Banadrishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I certainly appreciate Councillor Very's comments about how useful this information is based on the number of respondents. I do think we need to continue, and as I think he's suggesting, we need to continue to find ways to get more engagement. Engagement in, even in workplaces, it is, for whatever reason, is becoming increasingly difficult. And at the same time, it shouldn't be, because it's so easy. I mean, we're talking about clicks of a mouse here, but people can't be bothered. What I'm concerned about, though, is once we decide that this isn't meaningful enough for us to even consider, we are telling 251 people that their efforts and their opinions don't matter. And I think that could perpetuate a further lack of engagement, because people said, I sent in my opinions and they don't even, now they're officially saying they don't matter. I think we need to continue to at least get the information that we can use. And, while I totally agree, 251 responses is not reflective of 70,000 people, but it does at least give us some sense of what is on the minds of some of our residents.
Councillor Banadrishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you for the presentation. I'd like to thank those people that did contribute their time and effort. And when I looked at it, what I said to myself, is that what I'm hearing out there? And to be honest with you, yes, it is. So to me, it is indicative of what people are thinking. It's sad that not a lot of people answered it, but at the end of the day, next time, I think as a councillor, I will engage people to say, when I see them on the street, please do the survey, please do the survey. So I will, but if you take a look at the number and the priority list of 1 to 5, that is what people are thinking about out there.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Councilor Very right. It's not a scientific large enough number to be representative, but at least there's some people that made the effort. But I did question, though, and I'm very disappointed because this came from our finance people, when I read the executive summary, and it says a majority of respondents were in favor of increasing taxes just enough to maintain services or expand and improve services at 22% and 25%. That adds up to 47. That's not a majority. The majority is more than 50. So just because those were more than the other ones, that doesn't make it a majority. So
A couple of questions from myself in regards to changing the time of the year of the survey. It would be really interesting to include a link in our mail out when we are billing people for their property taxes. When they are paying their bill, what are their comments on property tax increases, and maybe compare the two. I did think it was really interesting, although it's not a good sample size, it's all we have to work with. So top priorities in the diagram you've attached: roads, water, paramedic, road safety improvements, housing, fire, then recreation, then energy, then walkways, trails, parkland, climate change, accessibility, and the last and lowest was transit, which actually really surprised me because usually it's higher. And alarming, 97% of respondents recorded that they may need to move to find work. Terrifying. So, more affordable housing, more industrial encouragement and commercial support when they come forward, I think is important. Correct me if I'm wrong, did I read somewhere that there were responses that said increase the rate for paid parking?
Through the mayor, I do not recall reading that response, but it may be in there
I can't find it
somewhere.
right now, but I thought I read it somewhere, and I thought that was interesting. And then my last comment is maybe on our grant eligibility form, did you fill out our survey? Driving all things back to participating. Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Mayor, for a second opportunity to speak here. So I want to be clear that my comments earlier weren't disparaging the 251 people that wrote in. We appreciate that. Of course, it's great to hear from them. And it's certainly not to say that their opinions don't matter. It's to illustrate that that lack of engagement is the county's responsibility to improve. It's not a criticism of the public. It's that we are not getting the information from staff as council that we need to make a valid decision. That's my comment here. So no, it's not a shot at the public. Your opinions do matter. Please write in more. I'd like there to be a 0 at the end of that, so it's 25-10. How do we get there?
Okay, there's a recommendation before us to receive the results as information. Moved by Councillor Duthie, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All in favor? That is carried. It's 1:34. How long of a lunch break would you like? 4 hours. 2 more reports left, so given consideration that we can have a shorter break and wrap up our day, you want to take 30 minutes, be back at 2 proper? Okay, 30 minutes.
And schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the Planning Department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between 2 adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000-pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the planning department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different
Welcome back, everyone. We have 2 reports left. Councillor Duthie had to just step out for a little bit, but will be joining us again virtually. The next item on the agenda, I've declared a conflict on, so I'll be passing the chair over to the Deputy Mayor, and that's item 4.3, 2025 OPP Billing Statement CS 24-148.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Van Dyke, you're going to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will turn it over to Mr. Everett, who will be presenting this report.
Thank you, Heidi. The purpose of this memo before you today is to inform Council that staff received the 2025 annual billing statement from the OPP about a week and a half ago, and it indicates significant increases to Norfolk County's contract for policing services in 2025. The increase had not previously been communicated, and we were not, or it was not on our radar when developing the budget guidance report that came forward to Council in July. Budget guidance signaled a potential 8.5% net levy increase for 2025, primarily driven by infrastructure funding requirements. The 2025 levy-supported operating budget is still under development. However, initial estimates are still in line with our budget guidance figure, aside from this additional impact. So the annual billing statement came as a surprise, as in recent years we've actually seen a downward trend in the contract costs as well as credits on our annual reconciliation. Based on a high-level initial review of the billing statement, the anticipated required levy increase could be $3.1 million for 2025. This would equate to an increase of 2.4% on the net levy requirement. Further detailed analysis of the impact will be completed prior to finalization of the proposed budget document. And as this is a significant and not previously incorporated into estimates, staff have reached out to contacts at the OPP for a better understanding of the increases. Initial feedback from our local detachment and the OPP Municipal Policing Bureau indicate the issue has been communicated across the province. And the Municipal Policing Bureau intends to compile a response to municipalities explaining the increases in greater detail, as well as being supported by a webinar. Staff are continuing to engage with the OPP for a better understanding and we will communicate updates to Council as they become available. So we understand that this has some real implications for the net levy requirement and overall resident affordability, so a focus on mitigation will be taken as we work through the budget development and review with the senior leadership team. We're not seeking any decisions on this report today. It's just purely meant as an update, but I would be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Everett. Any questions for staff on this one? Councillor Van Andrieje?
I think just to Mr. Chair that it's just shocking. And if that was a provincial thing, I don't think we received any forewarning that there would be such an 8.5% increase in policing. So I'm very dismayed in this and being kept out of the loop. At least it's a sad thing when we have a police services board and we hear nothing.
Councillor Hoffman?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering if it would be, I know we're receiving this as information, but would it be prudent for us to send a letter to the province on behalf of Council and this basically astronomical ask? I mean, this has severe impacts for our community and our budget as a whole and our rates. It's just incomprehensible, to be honest with you. So I would like to suggest that we send a letter to the province expressing our concerns over this apparently province-wide increase and the effects that it will have on our community as a whole.
I do believe there's been correspondence circulated by other municipalities looking for a better deal on the policing funding model that they have, so might have to dig some of those up and put a motion forward supporting some of those. So, Councillor Brunton, you had a question? Okay. The clerk. Does that need a motion, or is that just direction that we send a letter?
Whichever one you prefer is fine.
I think we'll call it a motion, then moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Brunton. that we correspond with the province showing our displeasure. Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just, I'm a bit confused. The background report in the report says it's an 8.5% projected net levy increase, and then just before financial services comments, it talks about 2.4% net levy requirement. So what, am I reading this wrong? Like, which one are we actually dealing with?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Columbus, the 8.5% net levy increase is for the corporation that was included in our budget guidance. That's our overall budget increase. The 2.4% requirement that you're noting on page 2 is specific to this OPP contract.
So our policing costs are going up 2.4% then? Is that what you're saying?
On a high level review right now of this billing statement, that's what our estimate would be, yes.
And secondly, do we know we have a full complement of police officers in Norfolk at this time?
As far as, sorry, through you, the chair. As far as I know, there are still some vacancies that they're looking at. But due to some change in legislation for the insurance purposes of police services boards, we've been kind of put on hiatus. So it's been very unfortunate. We're hoping, we just got some new information in the last week or so, so hopefully getting back on track with that. But to my understanding, there's still hiring to be done. They're hiring all over the board, the OPP.
Because I know that they've enhanced the programming at Elmer Police College significantly, so thanks.
Can we just go back to Councillor Columbus's question? The 8.4 was sort of the best guess of what a budget increase would be for as is where is budget, and now there's 2.4% more, so we're looking at a 10.8% right now, right?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. The 2.4 would be in addition to that.
Yeah. So that was your comment? Yeah. So there's a motion. Oh, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say, I would suppose because our mayor has had to recuse herself due to conflict of interest on this, the letter wouldn't be able to come from Mayor Martin. It would have to come from either the county as a whole or the CAO or the chair of Police Services Board.
I'm sure if our staff draft it, that the deputy mayor can always sign it on behalf of.
There we go.
The mayor who's not available, right? So,
okay.
So there is a motion to send the letter. Any discussion on that? If not, all in favor? That is carried. Any more discussion on the report? If not, a motion to receive it as information. Moved by Councillor Van Andriessen, seconded by Councillor Shelley. All in favor? That is carried. Spent the whole morning trying to increase the budget, and here the OPP has done it for us, right? So that is done. We'll hand it back over to our mayor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Van Passen. The last discussion item today is item 4.4, CS 24-133, proposed 2025 new budget initiatives. Ms. Van Dyke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Amy Vesperini, our Supervisor of Financial Planning and Reporting, is here to present this report.
Good afternoon. Our final report before you is a preview of the planned new budget initiatives that the senior leadership team has prioritized for 2025. Similar to previous years, the process started with a review of the overall list from 2024. All departments were tasked with updating, making additions and removals, as well as refining their requests. From that point, SLT went through multiple meetings and prioritization sessions in order to shortlist the requests and prioritize resources that were felt to be most critical to the corporation. This is not an easy task, knowing that many areas have resource pressures and that continued growth will add to those pressures. The prioritized requests were then ranked using the ranking criteria, with the highest ranked initiatives moving forward in the process. Ultimately, 6 initiatives were selected for business case preparation and are intended to be included in the 2025 proposed operating levy budget. Budget guidance, which was approved in July, and affordability pressures facing the county and residents were considered when choosing the initiatives to be included. These initiatives include a stormwater management program expansion, strengthening the paramedic services program, project lead for facilities capital projects, transportation engineering technologist, realty services specialist, and a network system analyst. The estimated levy impact of these initiatives at this time is $1,195,500, which is equal to a 0.93% increase on the 2024 levy. These impacts will be further reviewed, refined, and prioritized as SLT reviews the preliminary 2025 operating budget. Additionally, the Norfolk County Public Library provided 3 NBIs that were previewed earlier, noting that these NBIs have not been reviewed or ranked by SLT, nor have they been considered against other initiatives or county pressures. The total ask of the library NBIs is $307,500, which is equal to a 0.2% increase on the levy. As in previous years, these NBIs will be presented as discretionary during the levy budget deliberations over and above the increase recommended by SLT. Further details and the draft business cases are included in Attachment 1 of the report. Attachment 2 includes the 2025 ranking guideline used by SLT. Attachment 3 includes the full 2025 list of NBIs that were identified by staff. Attachment 4 includes the draft business cases for the initiatives identified by the Norfolk County Public Library. The next steps for this process will include further refinements moving forward, and the ranking guideline will established for 2025 will be reviewed on an annual basis to ensure applicability. With that, I will open the floor up to any questions, and any questions specific to the proposed initiatives would be best addressed by the appropriate general manager. Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What is the total all-in budget increase at this time, including capital? And without these particular positions we're talking about?
Just one moment, because the 8.5% that we projected includes these numbers.
So projected 8.5%.
So it'd be about just over 7.8%, about.
So that's where we're at right now, 7.8% without these positions? Or is
Okay,
that
gotcha.
these include there? No.
No,
Sorry, okay.
The 7.8 is without the positions. The 8.5% that we projected included those positions.
And that leaves 2.4% police service or OPP in limbo.
Yeah, on top of those numbers.
Yeah, okay. Ooh.
That sums it up.
Any other questions? Oh, Councillor Huffman, your mic is still on.
Oh, sorry.
Any questions about the specific new budget? Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the budget items for, I believe it is the storm water management and the facilities supervisor, I think it's called. I believe the FTE amount is $150,000. I think that's correct, isn't it? Yes. Is that reflective, and is that all salary, or are there other components to that?
Through the chair, that includes salaries and benefits. Just to flip back, I believe the stormwater one is about $97,000, and you're right on the facilities one is a little higher, yes. But that includes all benefits and salaries.
Okay. And benefits and salaries, and so if that staff were onboarded, they would then be receiving that salary, and then they would be eligible for the, and I've forgotten now what we are referring to those as, the merit increases.
Yes, after they go through the annual review process that they're going to implement starting in 2025, they would be subject to those as well moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Amy.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Sorry, I just need to scroll back. My apologies. It's related to the EMS services. On page 5, I appreciate that Mr. Hobson's here, Chief Hobson's here. There's a comment that says, while the recommended solution is preferred, alternative options exist with varying service levels, patient risk costs. Can you share what some of those might be? And I'll say, struggling with 4 new FTEs. I get it, but I'm struggling.
Through the chair, Justin, our chief, is on the line, and I defer the question to him.
Thank you, Amy. Through the chair, so the 4 FTEs, basically we've looked at paramedic services and the growth that it's had. So over the past 2 decades, our paramedic workforce has grown from 39 to 102 paramedics. Yet the leadership team has not seen a single increase in that with the growth there. So this has led to a leadership to paramedic ratio that stretches our team quite thin, making it very difficult to provide adequate supervision, guidance, and support. The effects of this are becoming increasingly apparent with our WSIB increase. Norfolk County still remains one of only 2 paramedic services in all of southwestern and central Ontario to not have frontline supervision, and that's out of 25 EMS services. So to give you a little insight into the WSIB claims that we've had, between 2020 and 2023, we've seen a 15-time increase. So in 2020, we had 803 hours of WSIB. In 2023, we've had 11,933 hours through WSIB. So the reason that we're seeing these, and 2024, we're expecting projections to be along the lines of this. So the alarming rise is reflecting growing levels of stress, burnout, and workplace injuries among our paramedics. So the 4 FTEs are to provide 24/7 rotational support to our frontline paramedics. So because they're working 12-hour shifts, 7 days a week, that's 168 hours that need to be filled. This will ensure that there's one superintendent on for each shift that's happening with 25 to 30 direct reports.
Sorry, Justin, I'm just going to interrupt for a minute. The question was, what's the alternative option?
So, sorry about that. So the alternative on this is basically looking at finding these FTEs to ensure that we have consistent support. So whether this is the removal of an ambulance on nights or removing of our peak ambulance to be able to fulfill that. So if we were only to get 2, we would look at the 2 alternatives. One would be potentially removing one during the night shift when we're slightly less busy, the other being to remove our peak vehicle when we see our highest levels of call volume.
Sorry, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. And what happens if you get none? What would you change?
If we get none, then that night ambulance would be the only alternative that we'd be able to take. The issue is we do have commanders on our front line, but they have competing challenges right now. So whether that's doing investigations, whether that's trying to interview future paramedics or providing frontline training to the paramedics. Right now, we're trying to make do with this, but imagine one of the new recruits coming through, interviewing for a position, and one of our commanders having to step out, take a phone call halfway through, and then have to cancel that interview to then go off to attend a high acuity response to assist our paramedics out in the field.
That's all for right now. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. I have a question on the same subject here. $602,000, but there's a 50% grant. But is that still, like, you don't get that till next year, right? They're always a year behind where they sort of basically reimburse the year before. So does that mean that the whole amount comes on the levy in year 1?
Through the chair, in order to get the program up and running, we wouldn't be able to hire the staff till halfway through the year. So the impact on the 2025 levy would be the 50%, and then they would get the full 50% share moving forward in 2026.
Yeah, but they'd only get 50% back of what you spent, not what you budgeted.
It's based on budget initially.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I have a question for Chief Hobson or Ms. Page. Under the legislation, what type of direction can council provide on service levels if we were to not meet the full 4 FTEs or take a phased approach? Is council able to dictate that an ambulance not be removed?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll start and pass it off to Chief Hobson. That's a difficult question. The legislation doesn't tell the service ambulance provider, which is what paramedic services is within the county, how many vehicles have to be or how many staff are required to be on those vehicles, on how many hours we provide. There are service level standards, response time standards we're attempting to meet. This is definitely about balancing how we can support our staff to meet those challenges. We're seeing increased sick time, increased WSIB leaves, mental health challenges across our staff because for at least 12 hours a day, they have no supervisor available to them. They are on call overnight. So from 7 o'clock at night till 7 in the morning, their closest level of support is calling fellow emergency responders, police or fire, or calling their supervisor who has worked a 12-hour shift and now gone home and is on call for our service overnight. It is not in legislation, the numbers, as I said, but we do our best to meet those response time standards. It's the management team that's running, enabling the paramedic support to meet those standards. I'll turn over to the chief if he has anything to add.
Yeah, through the chair. So the major concern here is really the increase in absenteeism, as Sarah mentioned. This is continually to trend upwards. So no, there's no direct, we need to have X amount of ambulances, and I would defer to Al on the direction there of what we're able to do. But as far as things right now, we're just getting through. We're getting by the hair of our teeth, and our staff are not feeling supported. We've completed an employee engagement survey with 90% participation, and our frontline staff were asking for frontline supervision. We had responses that stated that 80% of them didn't feel supported during night shift. 56% felt the same about day shift. 72% don't feel supported during 911 calls. 82% are rarely seeing the leadership in the field. 86% don't feel supported when it comes to mental health. So what we're asking for is to provide more support to our frontline paramedics, and that's why we have the 4 FTEs.
And just confirming, what was the request of council last year? Al?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can certainly start, and then Sarah can sort of supplement. I believe since I've been here, and this is, I think, my 3rd or 4th budget, this has been an ask that's come forward since day one. I can tell you that in the past couple of years, we've been grappling with different priorities, with limited availability, and so this is the first time I believe it's in front of council, but it isn't the first time. It's been in front of SLT for 3 or 4 years, and it was prioritized, and it's gotten to the point, as Justin had explained in terms of the numbers and the trending, that we felt it was one of our top priorities this year. So that, I think council is seeing this for the first time.
Okay, I mean, it might be worth bringing back that documentation to council to see what you've stricken off the list, although I didn't like that because then council members were reprioritizing their own items, but I can't, want to support our staff. This is a critical area that needs to be supported, but like, you can't just come forward with 4 FTEs out of nowhere for council. So that's a bit of a struggle for me. I am willing to find a compromise, but no decision needs to be made today. So I'll leave that with staff to mull over, and Councillor Columbus and then Huffman are next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It certainly has grown to be a serious issue. Didn't realize it was that bad with our staffing situation and the absenteeism. But how are we with our response times for medical emergencies with the ambulance service? Are we meeting our response times according with the province has set out?
Through the chair, as of last year, so looking at our 2023 numbers, we did meet all of our response times. Looking forward to 2024, it seems that we are only going to be meeting a fraction of those response times at this time. Part of this is because of the reporting metrics. So we receive this information through the dispatch center, which is out of Hamilton, and they've gone to a new system which isn't necessarily marking our vehicles as arrived scene, which is skewing our data. So we're looking at other avenues to get more accurate data, and I'll report that in January during that budget.
Thank you.
Councillor Huffman, then Brunton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Through you, yeah, I'm concerned on a lot of levels with this. Certainly, the numbers that you've provided and the statistics of staff not feeling supported on all levels is of great concern. I guess maybe a little bit more of a heads up prior to just it being an NBI would have been beneficial. So that we could be more informed on a regular basis. These are very dramatic statistics to just kind of come at us. The other question that I have is in terms of the WSIB, that's an astronomical increase. Is this consistent with province-wide in terms of paramedics, or are we abnormal, normal, average? Where do we sit?
Through the chair, yeah. So I don't have the exact numbers from the other services. I can certainly reach out and see what they have. I believe we're actually just kind of late to the trend on this. I know from my previous experience in other services, we were seeing quite high numbers, and that was going back to 2016-17 when the legislation came forward of the presumptive stress for paramedics and first responders. I believe it's just kind of started to escalate our numbers here later than the other regions.
Councillor Brunton.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Are we jumping around, or we have to stick? I want to go to the stormwater management.
Okay, let me come back to you then, because I've got a question on this one still. So any final questions on paramedic services or comments? I would just say, so I guess I'd like some clarification then. If the alternative solution is, we don't have enough staff members or support for staff members, that we would be looking at taking an ambulance off a road, that means there's a reduction in ambulance services altogether. If we were to add some staff, but not the full complement, it might mean that the ambulance stays on the road, but it's not running at full capacity. That's still better than nothing. And so I would just say to you that I want to support our staff and can see that this is something that's important, but I can't get on board with the full 4. We have too many competing priorities, so I don't know if there's some additional information that you want to give consideration to and maybe provide council with an information memo prior to budget. This has been a good discussion and helpful to know. That's my personal experience, position. It might not be shared by council members, but I also would be interested in a phased-in approach over a couple years, putting a plan together that would support our team. But in general, whatever the department is, that's a significant, with 1,000 staff every year, we're sitting down and there are FTE requests as new budget initiatives. That never happened prior to this term of council in my experience on council. So while there might have been kind of a suppression of staff and hiring during that time, this council can't be expected to make it up in one term. So those would be my comments. Let's go back up and go in order so we stay organized. I'll go back over to you, Councillor Brunton, Stormwater Management.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just, and I guess my questions are to Andrew about the stormwater management position. And a couple of things. One, the person we hired last year was involved in this also, the stormwater issue. But before I ask about both, or I assume both positions, how did we implement this whole program? Like, I remember we argued about how you were going to implement it on acreage or on building size, but
in here, and I quote, you say, it says here, repairs and maintenance on the urban stormwater system. So I assume us poor people out in the rural and the municipal drain areas aren't affected? Is that how we look at that, or? Can you answer that question?
Certainly. So through the chair, I think we're confusing different elements of this program. So there's mention in here to stormwater rate. That was approved last year for review, led through our finance team. So they are in the process of retaining a consultant to look at what that may unfold for Norfolk County throughout 2025. What we presented last year as part of the stormwater MBI was a multi-year initiative. We got 3 staff approved last year. They have all been retained and onboarded, and actually we have a report coming to CIC in November just to give you 5 months in the position. What have we found? And spoiler alert, it's pretty scary. We found a lot of problems with our stormwater system. So what you have in front of you is a stormwater, an additional operator to supplement that team so we can be compliant with our legislation, our new combined linear infrastructure ECA. But it is focused on the urban system at this point. So municipal drains are not considered as part of the urban stormwater system as mandated by the province. So our drainage program will continue as is and continue to make improvements, but this is focused on our urban stormwater system. Early phases, ultimately I would like to see this expand to our rural areas as well. Not all rural areas are serviced by municipal drain. There are still roadside ditches, cross culverts that should be formed part of a larger stormwater program.
So you said we did hire 3 last year?
Through the chair, yes, we did hire 3. We hired a project manager, we hired a technologist, as well as one of the operators, and this is for an additional operator in the field.
Okay, and that report is coming, you said?
Yes, so we have a report that is tentatively in, just starting workflow for November. It's a report, but more importantly, I think the presentation that goes along with it to show kind of the outcomes of what we have found in the first few months in the program. I can say I went out in the field with those staff a few weeks ago to do a little bit of a tour through some of our areas to just identify for me some of the challenges that they found, and there are quite significant, and unfortunately I think the neglect of this program over the last number of years, due to the fact that it wasn't provincially legislated, we have a lot of catch up to do. There is a lot of work that may be routine going forward, but it's going to take us a lot of effort to bring it back to kind of the standard level of service.
Does that involve all the smoke testing too, that kind of information? Is that involved in this report coming?
Through the chair, no. So the I&I is focused on our sanitary system, so you'll see that at the end of this month when we do our rate budget presentation. There is an after-action review for our smoke testing and our dye testing. There will be some dye testing elements that are part of our stormwater program, but what you're referring to will be coming forward in the rate budget.
So no storm sewers connected to the sanitary?
Through the chair, you will see certainly some evidence of cross connections within, especially the Port Dover system, coming forward as part of our rate budget presentation at the end of October.
Okay, and just on the other note, though, you say finance are working on a plan for this. I guess we'll call it a rate increase for stormwater. What's your idea of how it will be implemented? And the reason I say that, I'm going to wait. I guess I'm wrestling with, you have 3, and I'm wrestling with the other one, and I'm sure other councillors might be wrestling with that fact, but what is your idea of how this thing's going to implement?
So through the chair, I mean, I can let finance speak to what they think from a rate structure. I certainly have my opinions going through and trying to set this up in Hamilton. I think the simple approach is better. I think many municipalities, when they implemented a stormwater rate, bit off more than they could chew, and they were trying to do rooftop calculations to come up with individual bills for properties, and the governance and ownership of that program was far too complex. Most municipalities now are going for a simpler kind of Tim Hortons coffee approach. It's a small, medium, large property, and your rate would be dictated by that. But I'm sure finance probably has their own opinions. That's just mine from my previous life.
I'd like to hear it. It has a bearing on whether, well, I look at it, it's a possibility of 4 employees dealing with this, so.
Okay, some high-level comments.
Yeah, through the mayor, I would just agree with what Andrew mentioned. It's a little too early to say where we would end up if we go through the process. It'll be brought back to council to propose some options and get feedback, but our preference would definitely be something that's not so administratively burdensome.
So you're working on that for when?
Through the chair, our plan is to have that out through procurement by the end of the year, so we'll be working on it early in 2025.
So a rate increase may not apply in 25. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. For right now, these costs are on the levy until we get to a point of a rate.
Thank you.
Any further questions on the stormwater management? Okay, let's move along then to transportation development specialist. Are there questions? My only question is a clarification. Is this the replacement of Mike on all of our road safety stuff that he's been doing? Is that this position?
So through the chair, yes, but it is more than that. So when Mike King stepped into the director role and Darnell was onboarded, Mike is working part-time for us. So he is really fulfilling the road safety committee part of this request. And he also has done a couple bylaws. He just approved a report last month for the consolidated speed bylaw. But all of the other work that goes along with this is not being done by Mike right now. So it is work that really should be done by a municipality. It came up yesterday during some of the debates on the 185 Robinson file over queuing and traffic patterns at lights. And, is this accurate? Is this right? No, it's not. But it's not something that we're currently looking at because we do not have any transportation staff within our organization. So yes, it will build upon what Mike's doing for road safety committee, automated speed enforcement, but it'll also be looking at our transportation planning.
Can something like this be fully paid out of DCs? Like, why is the taxpayer paying for consultation on development plans? I know we want the information, so is that a good enough answer that council's making well-balanced decisions? But
so through the chair, I would say a very small portion of what this position does is really related to development. There will be, looking at traffic impact studies and providing guidance there, but more of the work is for our existing system, not for development.
any questions on this one? Councillor Van Andruschi.
Madam Chair, and through you, is it possible, it's significant dollars, is it possible that that could be farmed out, so to speak, rather than having a permanent staffer do it?
So through the chair, we do consult out some of that work right now for traffic reviews and pedestrian counts. Much of that work would be very challenged. What we're proposing would be very challenged to consult out, and it would not be cheaper. What we pay for consultant rates right now on our design projects are significantly larger dollar per hour value than you're seeing in front of you here.
Okay, once, just bear with me. I'm not a roads person at all, but at the end of the day, when you analyze all your roads and you work on traffic flow when there's expansion, once that work is done, is it not a matter of going back into the computer to say now there's more traffic flow here, here, and here, and it spits it out? Or like, I'm wondering if there's not a computer program that can assist with this rather than having a full-time person.
So through the chair, they would be leveraging a computer program. So what they will get out of this would be data. So if you're looking at traffic signal optimization, for example,
right,
we will be collecting data, and then we will be using our computer programs to set up our traffic signals. So they are it's not someone physically doing all of the work. They are leveraging technology and computer, but it still requires an individual to make that determination and set those parameters.
It just to me, it seems like a lot when once you've analyzed your roads, how often do they change the flow of traffic and the light changing and all that kind of thing?
Okay, let's move along to project lead facilities capital projects. My question is, how much of the work from this potential approval could go towards work on the libraries position we heard from this morning?
Yeah, through the mayor to county councilor, county council. It is, it's a good question, Muse. We presently, not to get too deep here, but we do have a facilities group at Norview. We have a facilities group for Norfolk County, and the library folks, we're asking for an additional facility person, plus they have one now. So I was going to say that as we do go through with Norfolk County and this facilities group, we are adding responsibilities. We are doing work for water, wastewater as far as buildings. We are taking on work for the roads department. We're taking on recreational work with the parks department. We are doing a fair amount of work presently for the library as far as admin, setting out contracts and stuff. So that is why we're asking for this position. It is cheaper, we feel, to have a centralized facilities group and not, say, have a roads folks putting out a tender to re-shingle a dome. The facilities folks would put out multiple contracts each year for roofs. They are able to time the timing of the construction. They're able to look at windows and things like that, and ultimately get a cheaper price. So if this staff member was approved, there's a pile of work as to the write-up. A big backlog, but some of that could be to take the work on for some of the libraries. I'm not sure if the CAO wants to comment on the LOU with the library. I'm not an expert on that, but it does lean towards centralized facilities in this group doing more work for the libraries. My understanding.
Thank you, Bill, and through you, Madam Mayor. In front of council next month will be a memorandum of understanding with the library that will define the service levels that we're providing, and part of that memorandum will include a service level agreement as it relates to facility support through Norfolk County staff. To answer the mayor's question specifically, whether this position could do some of that, I think the vast majority of this position was towards helping with the capital projects. It wasn't necessarily related, although there might be a component of it for regular maintenance and day-to-day maintenance, but the focus of this position was more on capital projects and managing those capital projects. I think we've got something like 100 projects that have been deferred over the last years just because we don't have the bench strength or the capacity to manage projects that we otherwise would have been bringing for council approval to help keep our buildings in a state of good repair. And this position would help us keep on top of those requirements that are identified for capital improvements within our building portfolio.
Okay, thanks for those comments. For me, I'm not interested in supporting this position unless it can help the library, because I'm not going to be supporting two separate positions, one for the library and one for us. So those are my comments in between now and budget. If you can take a look at the workload and assure me anyways that there'll be some element of work on the library to merge those two, then I would be interested in getting on board with it. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. I appreciate your comments on that. I think I am in support of this position, but I think it is worthwhile looking at bringing the library into that fold. I mean, it is a building that we own. It should be in sort of in one envelope, if you will. I wonder, it's sort of touched on in the report, but Bill or perhaps Michael, what is the cost, if you could, or an average of these capital projects that are not being completed on an annual basis? And I guess I frame the question because nothing certainly ever gets cheaper, right? I look at what we had initially tried to do with the arenas, that was going to be the dressing room expansions, that was 3.3, and it's turning out to be $8 million. If we were to give sort of some ballpark of what that's costing us by keep sort of punching these down the field.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, I will start. Michael will probably have a much more exact number. You are correct. The cheapest time to do anything is today instead of tomorrow. And I know the write-up does a talk about a white paper which talks about deferred maintenance costs. So, Michael, not to put you on the spot, but can you get a little closer to the councillor's answer than myself? I know it's more money. I just don't know exactly how much more, if you have an answer on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Bill, and through the chair to Councillor Duthie. So the combined value of the 93 projects that we deferred in 2025 is just over $10 million. So we've assumed in our cost benefit analysis a very conservative 3% cost inflation differential, and that's providing a $77,000 annual savings just based on avoidance of cost or construction cost inflation, and that's built into the business case.
Thank you. That's helpful. I'm very mindful. You know, it says right at the top of that business case, there's 209 facilities, and I feel like, you know, on a monthly basis, we are coming around the table and, you know, discussing our facilities and what we do about them. And obviously, there's a review going on currently with the facilities. This job, I don't think, is going to get any easier nor any cheaper. And so, if we keep pushing it down the field, I feel like that's just going to end up costing us all in the long run. Thanks.
I also want to say to staff that I think this is a really timely position. Bill, I think since I've been here, we've only taken employees from you, so we haven't ever added any bench strength to your department, but you look at things like the Marina and the Victoria Town Hall, and the community wants peace of mind knowing that we are maintaining the assets that we own, so they're not in a position where items are on the chopping block because of, you know, potential neglect. So for that reason, I'm also more inclined to support this, but again, would really like to see some of the support leaned into the library so that we're not put in a position to add two separate roles to the same focus. Okay, Realty Service Specialist. Any questions for staff? Councillor Van Passen.
I know I'm probably going to get heck from staff, but isn't this one of those positions, like we need the extra one to try to get caught up on our disposing our excess in municipal lands, and when we sell them, that money goes into the reserve. Isn't this one that potentially could be funded from that reserve rather than directly from the levy? And I'll hold my knuckles out so you can wrap me on there, but isn't that possible? Or put them on commission, that'd be even better, right?
So, Madam Mayor, I can, through you to Councillor Van Passen, I can start this question, and then I will refer also to my colleagues in finance to see how well I have learned from them over the last couple of years. I believe that it would be the position of staff that when we know that this is an ongoing operating cost, we would not want to fund that from the reserve, because we do not want to get into a position that where we are depleting our reserves because we're using them to fund ongoing operating costs, and then those reserve funds are not there when we have a big one-time purchase. So generally speaking, our reserves are held for those one-time kinds of purchases, and ongoing operating costs are put into the operating budget and funded, in this case, through the levy.
It's a bunch of simultaneous nodding from the back bench there.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, but that's exactly the answer that I knew was coming. But I look at it more that this is a single project. At some point in the next few years, when we have dealt with our surplus properties and all that, things should get back to the normal where we wouldn't need 2 full-time staff, and that's the only reason I suggested it. So might want to keep that in the back of our minds. So,
Councillor Duthie, then Barry.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you, I had a similar comment to Councillor Van Passen in that I feel like when we discussed this last year, and it is noted in here, we added a temporary position, and I seem to recall being a little concerned back then when we had that conversation that this temporary position would end up being required full-time or coming to us as a requirement of full-time. And I guess I'm just trying to understand why. Why couldn't it continue in a temporary position? Why do we believe it needs to be a permanent position?
So, Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Duthie, the temporary position is specifically to lead the county land review project, and
that is a time-limited project, and so the temporary position that is leading that project, when that project is finished, the temporary position will be finished. Separate and apart from that project, there is ongoing work of the Realty Services team that does include revenue generation through the sale of lands. That work was ongoing before we started the county land review project. As the business case notes, there are other types of work that the Realty team does on an ongoing basis, including working with the planning department, providing Realty-related services and comments through the development process. We are also suggesting that there are some opportunities here for the county to have a more centralized approach to things like encroachments and leases, which also have a financial impact on the county and the possibility of increased revenue generation. So there are some opportunities out there to increase revenue generation for the county outside of the land disposition process, and so I would suggest that they're separate and apart from the time-limited county land review project. There is more than enough work within Realty Services for 2 permanent staff. The additional permanent staff would not be working on the county land review project.
Councillor Barry, then Columbus.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to Heidi. So you answered some of my questions there, but I guess the one that's still on my mind is why can't the county engage a realty office the same way we engage a law office for those services? Why do we need a staff person? Why can't it be that type of arrangement?
So, Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Very, we do have a roster of real estate agents that we use for some of our larger real estate deals, or when we have a larger parcel of land that is up for sale. But apart from that, the support services, the collaboration services that the Realty Services team does with planning with other departments within the corporation, the encroachment work, work around leases, that would be work that we would consider to be internal work to the corporation, and not necessarily within the scope of a real estate agent.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Prior to this elected council, we had an in-house legal person, lawyer. Where are we with that? And I recall that particular individual was involved in real estate, like looking into some of the real estate matters in cooperation with the realty branch. Should be looking at reinstating an in-house lawyer.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think we have discussed this. We are in the process of continuing that review, and there will be a report to council in the near future for council to have a decision made on the future of in-house versus outsourced legal services. As far as the relationship to Realty Services, I think Heidi's explained it really well. There's a lot to do that we're missing right now because we don't have bench strength in Realty Services. Our encroachments aren't necessarily where they need to be. We've got opportunities for centralizing our lease management, making sure that our leases are updated on a regular basis. And when we are going to put properties up for sale through the disposition process, there's a lot of work that needs to get done before a real estate agent will even take that on. There's surveying you've got to gather, you've got to do a bunch of things, just similar to if you're going to sell your house, you've got to put all those particulars together to provide to a real estate agent. And so there's a lot of work there, and that work, as we are looking for additional opportunities for revenue generation, isn't going away. It's just going to get more and more. And I think we're losing some opportunities to generate additional revenue by identifying and disposing of some surplus real estate assets, as well as the regular day-to-day operations that a corporation of this size requires with a very substantial real estate portfolio.
All right, Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Right now, we have two.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct. One permanent, one temporary.
All right, let's move along. Network system analyst. Questions? Okay, Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair, I was just thinking. And that does take me a while. The position you're looking for, can you tell me, are we having issues at the moment? Have we had problems? Have we had the...
I'm just knocking on wood so you don't jinx it.
Just your house, not ours.
Okay, well, that's a question.
So, Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Van Andrieschie, I will start, and then I will ask our Director of IT, Mr. Adam Hughes, who is on the line, to fill in any gaps. So, at a high level, I would say that as we have seen the CAO knocking on wood, the team that we have is doing a really good job at being reactive and keeping the day-to-day functions going. We do not have the bench strength in IT to be doing the kind of forward thinking and strategic planning that we really should be doing for a corporation of our size. And, we have all seen the kinds of headlines that come up when a major issue happens. And so we're really doing our very best, and this additional FTE would help to position us to do even better than we are now, and to protect the assets of the corporation even more than we already are, to avoid that kind of very, very, very serious event. And with that, I will pass it over to Mr. Hughes to supplement my response.
Thank you, Heidi. Through you, Madam Chair. Heidi, you did a great job. I think that is exactly right. What we're really looking at here is shifting from a reactive to a proactive stance, for sure. We are significantly underinvested in IT within our organization. We only spend 1.5% of our entire budget on IT services, which is like an order of magnitude below industry standards. I can certainly say that if this position is not approved, that there's a lot of, just a second, my apologies. The consequences are effectively service level agreements in terms of our ability to provide services to the organization. Obviously, the service levels come down, and of course, risk. And the reality in the world that we live in today, that we are becoming more and more reliant on technology, and there's a lot of bad actors out there that want to infiltrate organizations like ours. So certainly trying to stay, one step ahead of the bad guys is important, I think, but also trying to keep up the state of good repair. Because if we're just in a position where we're just treading water and just trying to react to whatever issues are happening, and we're not proactively maintaining our infrastructure, there is a risk. And it's just a question of what our organization's tolerance is for that kind of a risk.
If I could further on that, and I think with the last director that we had for IT, did we not implement some type of system or something? What was that that was brought in? If you could refresh my memory.
So certainly, again, I will start and then refer over to Mr. Hughes. So we do have some contracted services that support our cybersecurity. We do have training that includes random testing of employees, including members of council. You may see an email that comes up in your inbox, and it's a test to see. I think that, as Mr. Hughes said, that is the start of our program, and certainly Adam and I have had discussions that there is room to grow our program, and that I think he's right. It really is about the level of risk tolerance that the corporation has. And I'll look to Mr. Hughes to supplement anything.
Thank you, Heidi. Through you, Madam Chair. There's not a lot I would add to that. We do have predominantly an in-house team. Certainly, it's a team that is for an organization of 1,000 people. It's only 13, which is, again, as I was saying, the numbers are very low. So really, we are looking at developing a strategic plan, looking at how we're resourced, and all options are going to be on the table. I think that there's, always with a change in leadership, particularly in this example, where I'm only the second IT director in our organization's history, it's a great opportunity to get in there and kind of reevaluate where things are at and look to drive efficiencies. And so that's what we will be doing. Other than the cybersecurity, or what we would call our SOC, Security Operations Center, is being provided through a third party. Just about everything we do here at Norfolk County is in-house.
Okay, thank you. And you have 13 staff there with you, including yourself?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a clarification question. In the business case, it says that this is an existing FTE. I'm just trying to understand what we mean here.
Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Duthie, that must be a typo on my part. My apologies. This is absolutely a request for a new FTE.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, that puts a wrap on the NBIs. I'm going to turn it over to our CAO for just some comments here to wrap up the day. I want to make a couple comments and then let's put a bow on it.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. We've had a long day here today. Certainly, Council has an appreciation for all the budgetary pressures that we've got. But just to put it in perspective, and I'm going to just round off the numbers just to make it simple for myself, but for everyone as well. And we're going to add the OPP pressures. So if we think we're in and around the 10% tax increase, if you back out the OPP of 2%, if you back out the contributions to reserves, as you know, we've got reserve issues and capital pressures. Really what we're looking at is a year-over-year budget increase, which means departments are asking for less than 3% as an increase year over year to keep the lights on, to keep the service levels the way they are. The NBIs that were in front of you now were prioritized and will add roughly another 1% to that. So if you think of that 10%, 2% for the OPP, 4% for reserves, about 3% to keep the lights on and keep the service levels the way they are, and then 1% for NBIs. I think staff have done a very good job of trying to keep the budget low and prioritizing our service levels and keeping them where they are, and coming in this environment at or below inflation is a credit to the work that staff have done. The NBIs, of course, are all discretionary, and council at time in January can decide to approve them all, approve some of them, approve none of them. But I just wanted to let you know that staff have done a phenomenal job in trying to keep this budget as low as we can. And these NBIs are here in front of you today just to give you a heads up in terms of where the discussion we'll have in January.
Thanks for that, Al. Always appreciate the information in advance to be able to give it consideration against our budget. For me, this is now, our third budget where we're consistently adding NBI's significant property tax increases. There are reasons for that. We are all aware, but there is a lot of new budget initiatives that I will not be supporting this year. So I would encourage staff to really review those business cases, make sure they can find synergies, and be prepared in January if there's anything else you want to bring to the table. I can't continue to do it, although there is merit in all of those projects. Every time we have a deputation, every time we have a new business initiative in front of us, the sky is falling, and that might just be a sign of the times where we're at here in Norfolk County as a municipality and our financial health, but we can't prioritize them all at the same time. So it'll be an interesting budget discussion. With that, I need a mover and a seconder, please, that report CS 24-133, proposed 2025 new budget initiatives, be received as information, and further that the proposed new budget initiatives for stormwater management program, strengthening paramedic services, project lead, facility capital projects, transportation engineering technologist, realty services specialist, and network system analyst be referred to the capital budget committee for consideration with the proposed 2025 levy-supported operating budget. Moved by Councillor Michele, second by Councillor Huffman. Councillor Van Passen.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just wonder if you might want to amend that motion that the new budget initiatives somehow that staff take into consideration council's comments from today before they bring them to the budget meetings in January.
Sure, and be referred to budget committee and staff give consideration to budget committee's comments before reporting back at the proposed 2025 levy-supported operating budget.
Yeah, I think there's some good comment like that facilities position, that some discussion with the library could take place. I think there's some wiggle room in there for staff to slightly adjust their recommendations before we get to January.
Sure, Councillor Michele and Huffman, okay with that?
Yes, I am,
All right.
Madam Mayor.
Be referred to the budget committee for consideration, and that staff give consideration to council's comments with the proposed and report back with the proposed 2025 levy-supported operating budget. And besides council, budget committee, consideration to budget committee's comments. Is everyone okay with that? Understood? I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Looking for a motion for adjournment at 3:14, moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. And we are back next week, Wednesday? I'm looking at you, Sarah. The week after. That's 2 Wednesdays. The 30th. Okay, scratch that. Okay, thanks, everyone. Thanks, staff.